Testing 1 2 1 2 mic testing. I just want to check whether to my just want to hear mic testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. 1 2 mic testing 1 2 1 2. Mic testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic testing. I'm assuming it's okay. 1 2. Yes, okay.
KwaZulu-Natal is an enticing, sophisticated, and spectacular destination. As one of South Africa's 9 provinces, it is the country's second largest economy. The ambitious future growth of the province lies primarily in its positioning as the gateway to Africa. Nowhere else in the continent is the combination of sea, land, and air logistics being more developed and optimized as it is in KwaZulu-Natal. The province boasts 2 of the largest seaports in sub-Saharan Africa, Durban Container Terminal, which has recently been widened and deepened, and Richards Bay Harbour, the country's busiest deep-water and break bulk port and home to the privately operated Richards Bay Coal Terminal. Both ports are backed by a world-class rail and road infrastructure, giving KwaZulu-Natal a key competitive advantage. The N2 is an important corridor connecting Durban and Richards Bay, and the N3 links Durban with a double-lane artery to the bustling capital of Gauteng. When it comes to fast, agile access to global markets, King Shaka International Airport is Southern Africa's premier air logistics platform. Situated at the Durban Trade Port, this area truly prioritizes integrated air services. The province has the second highest export propensity as well as the second highest level of industrialization in the country. Toyota South Africa, the country's largest vehicle manufacturer, is located in the province, as are several major national suppliers. The ship repair, shipbuilding, and boat building industries also have a long and proud history in Durban. The province's chemical and plastic subsector is well established, versatile, and diversified. Minerals and mining are key industries in the northern areas. KwaZulu-Natal's agricultural sector boasts a wide diversity of high-quality agricultural land, and it is the country's leading producer of timber and manufacturer of timber products. KwaZulu-Natal is also striving to be a strong ICT and electronics contributor. To ensure growth and development of its wide variety of sectors, special economic zones have been identified as a conduit for economic growth. With its subtropical climate and breathtaking settings, KwaZulu-Natal is South Africa's domestic tourism leader. From its metropolitan heart in Durban, you will never be more than 3 hours away from the pristine beaches of the south, the majestic Drakensberg to the west, or the Isimangaliso Wetland Park in the north. As a place to live and work, KwaZulu-Natal offers world-class infrastructure and excellent medical, educational, social and cultural facilities. A skilled and semi-skilled labor pool also ensures that current and budding enterprises will have the right people readily available. With so many opportunities at hand, there's never been a better time to unlock the potential of KwaZulu-Natal. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, your knowledge partner in business. KwaZulu-Natal is an enticing, sophisticated, and spectacular destination. As one of South Africa's 9 provinces, it is the country's second largest economy. The ambitious future growth of the province lies primarily in its positioning as the gateway to Africa. Nowhere else in the continent is the combination of sea, land, and air logistics being more developed and optimized as it is in KwaZulu-Natal. The province boasts 2 of the largest seaports in sub-Saharan Africa, Durban Container Terminal, which has recently been widened and deepened, and Richards Bay Harbour, the country's busiest deep-water and break bulk port, and home to the privately operated Richards Bay Coal Terminal. Both ports are backed by a world-class rail and road infrastructure, giving KwaZulu-Natal a key competitive advantage. The N2 is an important corridor connecting Durban and Richards Bay, and the N3 links Durban with a double-lane artery to the bustling capital of Gauteng. When it comes to fast, agile access to global markets, King Shaka International Airport is Southern Africa's premier air logistics platform. Situated at the Dubai Trade Port, this area truly prioritizes integrated air services. The province has the second highest export propensity as well as the second highest level of industrialization in the country. Toyota South Africa, the country's largest vehicle manufacturer, is located in the province, as are several major national suppliers. The ship repair, shipbuilding, and boat building industries also have a long and proud history in Durban. The province's chemical and plastic subsector is well established, versatile, and diversified. Minerals and mining are key industries in the northern areas. KwaZulu-Natal's agricultural sector boasts a wide diversity of high-quality agricultural land, and it is the country's leading producer of timber and manufacturer of timber products. KwaZulu-Natal is also striving to be a strong ICT and electronics contributor. To ensure growth and development of its wide variety of sectors, special economic zones have been identified as a conduit for economic growth. With its subtropical climate and breathtaking settings, KwaZulu-Natal is South Africa's domestic tourism leader. From its metropolitan heart in Durban, you will never be more than 3 hours away from the pristine beaches of the south, the majestic Drakensberg to the west, or the Isimangaliso Wetland Park in the north. As a place to live and work, KwaZulu-Natal offers world-class infrastructure and excellent medical, educational, social, and cultural facilities. A skilled and semi-skilled labor pool also ensures that current and budding enterprises will have the right people readily available. With so many opportunities at hand, there's never been a better time to unlock the potential of KwaZulu-Natal. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, your knowledge partner in business. KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, okay. But she'll be here, so it doesn't matter.
Is it cool? Top of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hoping that you've all had a great morning, or start to the morning at least. My name is Clive Ramatibela Smith. I'm going to be your program director, and judging by the number of hands I'll see at the end of the session, then I'll know if I've done a good job or not. Is that fair? Honorable MEC of Economic Development in Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Ravi Pillay. Chairperson of the Board of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Mrs. Ina Grunia. CEO of the Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Neville Marquis. CEO of the Trade, members of the Executive Committee of the Trade and Investment KZN, including Mr. Sihle Ngamo. Our stakeholders and partners, CEO of Itala Bank, CEO of the Growth Fund KZN, members of the Executive Board of Trade or Duba Trade Port and Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. Businesses, investors, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you both physically and those of us who are joining us virtually to this wonderful session of the KZN Conversations. Welcome to this installment of the In Conversation with KwaZulu-Natal. Perhaps you are asking, why Cape Town? I asked myself the same question. The truth is, when it comes to views, scenery, tourism, and the geographical positioning, we are in direct competition with our fellow province. And I would like to add to that, looking at the GDP size and obviously our economy as well, you, Cape Town, are second to KZN. And so we're here to extend our invitation to you, businesses, investors, and stakeholders, to take this opportunity to test our resolve to look at the East for growth, whether in expansion or from infancy or in form of partnership. We come to you and we invite you to the kingdom of the Zulus. As part of their mandate, the Trade and Investment KZN promotes business participation in KZN, showcasing KZN investment opportunities and strategic developments, highlighting investment offering offered by Trade and Investment KZN and partnership with the economic development entities. They elevate KZN as a premier investment destination for tourism, and also making sure that we incite you with our beautiful tourism industry. Sharing ease of doing business in KZN and investment, and showcasing the provincial successes and major events that will be taking place in the province. This time, themed Doing Business in KwaZulu-Natal, opportunities and strategic development speakers from government and private sectors will be here to present their case. As we are coming out of the worst 2 years that we've ever experienced economically and even in terms of health, following a pandemic and also the unrest of 2021, we are more resolved, we are more stronger, and we believe that this is the time to turn around the South African economy. And what better way to start off by having a conversation with one of our richest provinces and also the second largest economy in the country, KwaZulu-Natal. So in doing so, I'm welcoming you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask for an applause for all the guys and ladies and gentlemen who are here, who come from afar, from KwaZulu-Natal. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker so she can introduce to us the program and what we're here to do. I'm going to ask, and this time I'm going to pronounce it properly, Chairperson. It's Miss Ina Grunia. There, I don't know, please.
Thank you. So that you can see I'm a real person and not some masked puppet, I ask you to forgive me if I take my mask off. May I just also request one of our staff to please bring my water to the podium. Let me just pick up on something that our program director said. We're in competition with Cape Town. Yes, it is so. But it's a friendly competition. It's a competition about friends. And it is about South Africa ultimately. We represent KwaZulu-Natal. We're here in Cape Town, in the Western Province, and we are saying, quite correctly, Program Director, we have been through some of the worst times that people can imagine. On the way from the airport last night, I was speaking to the driver, and he was just telling me how their industry, who do shuttles to and from the airport, has been affected. That is the story all over South Africa. That is the story all over the world. But because we are so resilient, we dust ourselves off and we carry on with renewed vigor. Nothing will get us down. Now, first of all, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this In Conversation platform. So the purpose is not for us to just talk and talk and talk. We want a conversation. Hosted by Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal and with our fellow entities. I've seen a number of our CEOs here. And it's hosted for the first time in Cape Town. We've done this at many places, but not in Cape Town. So hello, Cape Town, and hello, Western Province. We are glad to be here. Now, just a very brief overview of who we are. We are the official trade and investment agency for KwaZulu-Natal. That's our job. Now, we have two of the largest seaports in Africa, Richards Bay and Durban, seaport. And it handles approximately 80% of cargo destined for South Africa and the neighboring countries, as well as export. So they're busy ports. Of course, they have had to slow down. These ports are complemented by the King Shaka International Airport and the Dube Trade Port. Hamish, I think I've seen you here, with freight handling capabilities. We are today reaching out to all South Africans. We want to reassure you that your businesses in KwaZulu-Natal are safe and taken seriously. We take business very seriously. That's our job, and we take our job very seriously, but it's also a commitment from government. We encourage you and other companies to take advantage of the many opportunities that we will be showcasing today in KwaZulu-Natal, ensuring greater economic growth, not only in our province, but also in the whole of South Africa. So on behalf of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, I express my sincere appreciation to you for making time to engage with the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much, everybody who's here. The economy on everybody's mind. There are critical challenges in the South African economy, causing high levels of unemployment, poverty, and other social ills. You are all very familiar with that, and I'm not going to elaborate on that. It's also evident that the monetary authorities are not likely to directly protect our currency. This means that South African businesses need to manage the currency risks very wisely. And we are certainly on a steep learning curve in uncharted waters, uncharted times. We are all hopeful for a stable and predictable rand. neither too strong nor too weak. There are upsides, there are downsides. As people involved in the economy, you'll be very familiar with those, but we want at least a stable currency. You don't want a currency that yo-yos. Now, there's an elephant in the room. And of course, as I was thinking, I thought there are actually two elephants in the room. And it would be really superficial to ignore those elephants. The one elephant is what happened in our province, primarily around Durban, Pietermaritzburg, the economic hubs, the July social unrest. You would have seen footage ad nauseum. I'm not going to remind you of that specifically. But we are moving on. Post the July social unrest, the provincial government has recommitted itself to ensuring that safety and security is heightened and that business in the province are safe to operate peacefully and to the benefit of our people. Initiatives between the private sector and we do work very closely with the private sector, from our Premier, MEC, everybody in government. And they've been designed to ensure that there's a rapid response task team in place, and that they will expeditiously deal with where there are possible problems. And there are. Interventions to deal with lawbreakers who extort businesses under the pretext of business forums and other pretexts have been upscaled. It's not acceptable. We applaud the decisive intervention by the police, which led to the arrest of those who were invading the construction site of the Durban High Court, as one example of interventions. We also send a very stern warning to those contemplating such criminal activity. And the government has drawn a firm line against economic sabotage and similar crimes. Specialized multidisciplinary units to end extortion on construction sites and vandalism of infrastructure were announced in the State of the Nation address. We cannot allow crime to sabotage our economy. Not here, not in any of our provinces, not at home. We don't want our projects stalked. We don't want to chase away investors. We want to make them feel welcome, whether they are domestic or international. And we don't want our people to lose jobs. Our KZN government has engaged municipalities as well to take an uncompromising stance against such elements and crimes. We know that because of fear, some businesses in the private sector have succumbed to these criminal elements. You know, a bit like the mafia that went around extorting money from business for protection. Well, it therefore compels us to put in place drastic measures to uproot that kind of criminal activity and syndicates, because they are very often syndicates, very often. Behind what you see mostly are big syndicates. Now, I said there's another elephant. I'm just going to mention it because it'll be as if I'm living in another world if I don't mention it. The other elephant, of course, is Russia and Ukraine. It's a complex matter. Let's leave it there. South Africa is dealing with it diplomatically, but we must acknowledge that it has introduced major uncertainty. And we will deal with it as we are confronted by it. And nobody, I think, at the moment, I've read quite extensively, is quite sure how it's going to affect us and the rest of Africa. Now, KwaZulu-Natal is forging ahead with the implementation of the Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan to speed up economic growth and social transformation. Now, we prioritize as a province, for those of you whom we're encouraging to do business with us, and we encourage all of you, agriculture, industrial development, health, innovation and manufacturing, clothing and textiles, creative industries, the informal sector, investment and trade, infrastructure development, tourism, the fourth industrial revolution, in other words, IT and all those, and the ICT innovation and finance. We also give assistance to business. As part of the economic recovery, we work closely with the development finance institutions to assist, amongst others, businesses affected by the July 2021 unrest. Amongst the many milestones that we've achieved so far in the province in that regard are the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, DTIC, through the Critical Infrastructure Recovery Program and working with the Industrial Development Corporation and National Empowerment Fund, disbursed 2.57 billion to 140 businesses in KZN. And this program retained about 50,000 jobs. And that's very, very important, because that, of course, is at the bottom. Unemployed people, poverty is not in anybody's interest. The Department of Small Business Development disbursed 109 million to 111 businesses in KZN. And so in total, they received a value of about 421.6 million. Trade Investment KwaZulu-Natal disbursed 9.3 million to 125 businesses, and 468 jobs were saved. Sasria disbursed 10 billion to affected businesses in KZN out of a total value of 27 billion of applications. We could obviously not respond to every single application for a variety of reasons. The KwaZulu-Natal government is also working with the national government in the development finance institutions and implementing a program to ensure lessening of risks in hotspots, because we have to deal with potential risks or existing risks. We also have some other projects. Over the years, KwaZulu-Natal government has undertaken various projects to ensure that we position ourselves as a sporting and economic destination of choice. Because of time, I'm not going into the details. We've been implementing a range of intelligent transport systems to maximize the effective use of transportations, especially in the city of Durban. We are a vibrant province with a strong ICT sector, and we employ many people in that regard. And we are leapfrogging different stages of development. We are positioning ourselves to take advantage of the opportunities presented by moving towards the green economy. Very important. We are also exploring green hydrogen projects for the province. The growth and development of KwaZulu-Natal require that the province becomes more self-sufficient in its electricity production. And that's, of course, all linked to the green economy. And use its unique environment towards the production of electricity from alternative and more renewable and sustainable resources. This is a matter close to my heart, and I think to everybody it means a lot. And then for business, security of energy supplies, electricity in simple words. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, a lot will be said, a lot of projects will be presented by our different CEOs, our different entities. The MEC is about to speak to us. I don't know if he's on the platform yet, Neville. Is he? Oh, okay, thank you. Good morning, MEC Pillay. I'm standing with my back to you, and I will be introducing you in a moment. But MEC Pillay, we have known each other for a very long time, but that's not what it's about today. He is extremely diligent, intelligent, and does his work with vigor. MEC, ever since you took over as MEC for Economic Development, I don't envy you. You must have had the roughest ride of any MEC in that portfolio. And you are riding that rough ride quite expertly, of course, supported all the way by our Premier, Mr. Sishle Zikalala, who was the previous MEC in that portfolio, the whole of Cabinet, and the various entities that resort under your department. And I don't know if, yeah, you must have a view of our room, but there are so many of the entities represented here. So MEC, we're looking forward to hearing from you. And ladies and gentlemen, then from me, in conclusion, once again, on behalf of Trade Investment KwaZulu-Natal and the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I express our sincere gratitude to you for coming to do business with us. We are here to do business with you, to answer your questions. And I wish you all the best in your engagements. Thank you very much. MEC, I will now step down and hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ina Grunia. Really appreciate that. Great introduction, and we appreciate it a lot. Before I forget to mention that one of our partners is the Moses Kotane Institute, and we do have them here today, so we just want to acknowledge them as well, because I forgot to address them in my opening. So that's very important to mention that they are our partners in terms of research and development. When Ms. Ina Grunia spoke about the green economy, there's another green economy that I want to remind you of that is happening very fast in KZN, and the president actually mentioned it in his State of the Nation address, which is the cannabis. And Durban, poison. So that's also another green economy that needs to be explored. And I was a bit worried when you mentioned the elephant in the room. I thought you were addressing me. I was just starting to get worried. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs of KZN, Mr. Ravi Pillay. Mr. Pillay serves as MEC for Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs. He previously served in the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal as MEC for Finance. He has also served as the MEC for Human Settlements and Public Works. MEC Pillay completed his BA LLB, so no wonder he does things properly, Ms. Grunia. He's an attorney. He was a student activist in 1976 and was recruited into the ANC in 1991. He has served and led several civic, sporting, and religious organizations, and he played a leading role in the peace process on the South African coast during the turbulent 1990s, and co-chairperson of the Local Government Negotiating Forum. If I was to read his CV, I wouldn't finish. So I'm going to ask him to please, I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to please help me welcome Mr. Ravi Pillai on the digital platform.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Ramithabela Smith, my colleague and long-standing friend, Ina Cronje, the Chairperson of Trade and Investment KZN, our keynote speakers, business leaders, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be, well, virtually with you, but certainly very strongly in spirit with the business leaders, investors, and I hope many decision makers of the Western Cape. Of course, like much of South Africa, historians will record that our province withstood, survived, and I believe rose and is rising despite the triple whammy of recession, COVID-19, and the July unrest. We fervently hope that the Ukraine conflict will remain that and not spread beyond its borders, but we are part of the global world and cannot avoid the ripple effects of every major world event. But just like COVID-19, we must be determined that nothing will paralyze us. I am a cricket fan. I'm not sure how many of you are, and I'm a very faithful and fervent supporter of our national cricket team. And I take it that many of you would have followed the last two test series in particular, the one against India and then the one against New Zealand, which just ended a few days ago. My wife was complaining why I'm not in bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's because I was watching a part of the New Zealand series. Because of the time zones, the games would start at 12 o'clock midnight. But my point is that in both those matches, we lost, and pretty badly lost the first test, but then bounced back absolutely magnificently in a way that I think displays the typical quality of South Africans, and which has been a word quite correctly used and must continue to be used, which is our resilience. And from those first test defeats, we bounced back to win both the subsequent tests, winning the India series and drawing the New Zealand series. And New Zealand is still to achieve that elusive target for them of winning a test series against South Africa. So we have much of what it takes, and many have been using the term, it's in our DNA to be resilient. And when there's no stars in our cricket team of the like that of the past, of the Graham Smiths, of the Callises, the Pollocks, but those who are there rose, and in every point somebody lifted their hand to say that they will make the major contribution for the demands of that particular time. So I thought it's an important example to demonstrate who we are. Of course, in a more parochial note, and keeping to the theme of sport, and I think the program director and Ina was talking about friendly competition, but in some things we are still very serious, whether it's the Dolphins and the cricket field or the Sharks. Of course, we have the Comrades. We have the July handicap, which was the Vodacom July. It's now the Hollywood Bets July handicap, the Midmar Mile, and many, many signature sporting events in our province, which would simply not have that character if it was not in our province. Now, earlier this week or late last week, our Premier delivered the State of the Province address. And quite correctly, the central pillar of SOPA 2022 was economic growth, job creation, and social cohesion. And these are tasks for all citizens of KwaZulu-Natal, as it is for our country as a whole. COVID-19 was not of our making. We had to respond to it, and the marshalling of our resources nationally and provincially, financially, and in terms of human capital, and the contribution of our scientific community has been remarkable, indeed exceptional. And we pay tribute to the entire health sector and our scientific community in particular. And a big part of the key cutting edge research from the South African point of view has been located at our very own University of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, we too have been driving our vaccination program. And at one stage, we were worried that we were not making as much progress as we should, that we were becoming too much of a victim of the fake news and anti-vaxxers campaign. But I think we have turned the corner even on that vaccination campaign. And my observation is that as far as COVID is concerned, that has been the key issue, key indicator for confidence building in the business sector. It would also be appropriate for me to briefly reflect on the institution of our royal house in KwaZulu-Natal. Program director said, we're welcoming you to the kingdom of KwaZulu-Natal. And to reflect on the royal house's central role in the history of our province, up to and including the 21st century, and our current constitutional democracy. Having worked personally with him, I could recall with great admiration and appreciation the contribution of our late His Majesty the King Zwelithini to the cohesion of our province. And even when he chastised us, we took it in the spirit of fatherly advice, and over a period of almost half a century, he ultimately entrenched a special grace, decorum, and dignity to the institution. He embraced all the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and in so doing, earned the love and respect of all the people. I thought it appropriate to state that because it's an essential part of our character as KwaZulu-Natal. And next week, we'll be observing the one-year anniversary of his passing away. And we want to record our appreciation to the Premier and his cabinet, and indeed the Speaker and the legislature for the great care, sensitivity, and effort in protecting the dignity and integrity of the institution of the Royal House. Of course, there are issues that are being dealt with within our constitutional state, and the judgment yesterday or the day before is a critical milestone on the way to stabilizing that particular issue. Now, the July 2021 unrest has quite correctly received repeated attention in reports, in debates, in public conversation, and as Ina has indicated, remains on many people's minds. Now, there are several investigations underway, the Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Linguistic and Cultural Rights, the Special Committee on the Expert Panel, which has already been delivered. There was a Justice Department restorative justice program, all of which I think is going to bring us to a collective understanding, but more importantly, the corrective actions that need to be taken and lessons that are learned so that we make sure it never happens again. And I think we want to assure you of the determination of our Premier to healing wounds and bringing communities together through practical programs. And he's reaching out to the vast majority of patriotic citizens in civil society who want to be part of a purposeful, credible, and sustainable nation building program. So this is not just a critical social need, but it's a key objective of the nation building program. But I'm saying this because we understand that it is also central to our economic recovery plan. Economic recovery requires stability, economic recovery requires social cohesion, and economic recovery requires confidence. And the responsibility for that lies in the first instance on the shoulders of the political leadership of KwaZulu-Natal, and that responsibility is taken very, very seriously. Of course, there will always be those who, for narrow political and expedient ends, would want to go in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, that's a risk that's there in any democracy, and even more so in a constitutional democracy. But the overwhelming majority of people, of our people, are committed to social cohesion and nation building. So central, or one of the instruments which has been articulated by the President and our Premier, but we've been seized with it for some time now, and that is building the social compact that underpins economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation. And we are very specific when we talk about economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation, because we're not going to ignore one of the other elephants in the room, which is the economic inequality, unemployment, and poverty. So in dealing with that, we are ensuring sustainable cohesion and sustainable recovery. So we have a KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council, which is, it doesn't have a legislative framework like NEDLAC, but in principle, it is very much similar. And at the TIKZN Economic Council, we bring together business, labor, civil society, and government that deals on a regular basis with issues of the day. And over the past 12 months, one of the key issues we've been dealing with is the economic recovery plan that I just referred to. In our listed a whole range of sectors of the economy. So this economic recovery plan is based on approximately 14 sectors, because we took a view that we're not going to have a spray and pray approach, but rather a targeted approach to each sector, having regard to the requirements of that sector, following engagement with all the players in that sector, and not taking up people's time with issues that are not directly relevant to that sector. So when you talk about agriculture and agro-processing, it's always been a key pillar in our province. Like the country as a whole, I think it's the one of three areas that showed growth even during the COVID period, because obviously people always needed food. It was an essential service and therefore was protected against any lockdown. The other two were the ICT sector, communications, and the pharmaceutical sector. The clothing and textile sector is a significant one for us. I think we compete, or the Western Cape competes with us in terms of the size and penetration of that particular sector. That sector has suffered for some time. I think in the country as a whole, at one stage, we had employed more than 300,000 people in that sector. It was decimated to the point that I think it dropped to about 43,000. It's now on a path to recovery, and I think it's sitting close to 100,000. And that doesn't happen by accident. The decimation in the first instance was caused, and we need to be frank about this and have open conversations. What is in the national interest? For whatever the reason, at some point in time, early in our democracy, we opened up our economy. It's debatable as to whether the tariff and other policy frameworks were in the national interest. But whatever it was, the hard truth, the result was that there was a decimation of this sector because of cheap imports. So we're reclaiming that space. And I think DTIC has done some brilliant work, both on the tariff and duty levels, but also with the clothing and textile master plan. And for those who don't know, that clothing and textile master plan has sought and received commitment from most of the major clothing chain stores. That whereas in that past, that our recent past I was talking about, where up to 70 to 80% of the clothing on their shelves were imported, they've committed to change that. And from the 30% local content, they've committed to go up to 65% within a period of time. And we're already seeing the result of that. And that's why these clothing numbers are rising in the way. We've got to push that local content policy framework. I think later on in the program, there are speakers who are going to deal with brand South Africa and productivity, and how it is necessary to build our own economy and therefore buy local. So the clothing and textile is sector in KZN is ripe for even greater investment. I spoke about the creative industries, and it's been quite amazing as to what young people are doing in the arts and the fashion, the film sectors. We hopefully soon will have our film city rising, which will compete with the best in the world. And the Nollywoods, Nigeria is of course a major producer in that space, but we believe we're able to compete there. So those are just a few of the examples. We have 14 sectors. It'll take me too long to go through each one. But let me also talk about the informal sector, because it's not something for you as from an investment point of view. But it's critical that we make a serious effort as far as that sector is concerned for two reasons. One is it's a critical part of dealing with unemployment, poverty, and inequality, part of inclusiveness. It's part of making people feel that they belong in a real and practical way, and a part of the bigger economy. But it's also part of what every economist is saying, that the SMME and informal sector are key to economic growth and job creation. I read a report the other day that says that SMMEs in the informal sector in India contributes 50% of their jobs. 50% of their jobs having regards to the size of their economy. That's a massive number. So we're going to give attention to that particular sector. We have our own mining in the north. Richards Bay Mineral is a part of the Rio Tinto group. They say they're the biggest single taxpayer in KZN, and they've got a 6.5 billion expansion, Zulti South, which is now underway. And if anyone wants to study their example and the challenges that they've had to navigate, a big part of the content of that study will be the extent to which we as a provincial government worked with them and all stakeholders to help them overcome their difficulties. The oceans economy is something that we seriously want to contest. If you look at our 3,000-kilometer coastline and examine all the ships or all the traffic that goes around our coastline or calls at our ports, and ask the question, how many of them are South African registered? And it will not be an answer that we are pleased with. So it's a long-term strategy on as far as that front is concerned, but we are determined to start that particular journey to reclaiming that space. But our two harbors are central pillars of that oceans economy. But there's a whole range of it, from the fisheries, which Western Cape you are very strong on the fishery sector. We want to reclaim our space on that one, and on smaller harbors as well beyond Richards Bay and Durban. Just to deal with some narratives that have been there in the public media domain, the Mara phone's closure, I don't think that was an indicative of anything beyond a business failing because of COVID conditions. Yes, it was an exciting initiative at the time, being a company that was producing cell phones with the intention to really capture the African market, and it should have presented a significant investment. But it failed largely because of being unable to navigate the COVID conditions. And as difficult as it is, we accept that. The other issue which has been in the media recently was the SAPREF, the decision by SAPREF to close the refinery. Again, we need to understand that. That is not, in my view, linked to anything around poor economic conditions. It's everything to do with the way the major companies are dealing with oil refineries generally, and their unwillingness to meet the maintenance costs at the first level, but more importantly, what's on the horizon, the costs of having to comply with the new environmental regulations, and I think a part of which comes into effect in 2023. That's the reason. Now we have to again look at our national interest. We have challenged them to say they have to be part of a just transition, which it's the same argument. It's related to the coal as part of the energy debate. It's the same argument here from closing down a refinery that currently employs, well, the closure will affect 2,500 jobs. And then of course, without even talking about the entire value chain. So we have taken it up with our national government, and you heard our premier supporting the call for intervention from the national government to prevent its closure. We believe we have an argument for it, not just in respect of energy security. Of course, they say we will get refined fuel, and refined fuel, we accept that supply would be secure. But in terms of our national interest and in terms of the job creation and the effect of the local economy, we think it would be reckless to just close it. And that's why we are making every effort to prevent that happening. So against those challenges that we continue to navigate, I mean, we've had lots of good news. I mean, the Toyota investment of over 1.5 billion that resulted in the rollout of the new Toyota Cross, Tetra Pak, a packaging company, turned the sod in 500 million. The Wilmar palm oil in Richards Bay, Nyanza Light Metals, another one. All these are billion rand investments. SAPI concluded its one. The recently announced Investec Logistics Park, 6.5 billion in Durban. The Richards Bay Minerals, 6.5 billion, which I spoke about earlier on. Clover relocating to Durban for the reasons, operational reasons that it had, but clearly it sees the competitive advantages of Durban as a location. So these are all investment decisions that have been made and implemented because people recognize the strategic advantages of KZN. Of course, we are pegging quite a bit on the Transnet expansion of the Richards Bay, Durban and Richards Bay Harbour. That's 100 billion rand expansion over a period of time. That's going to maintain Durban as what is called the key hub port. That's going to see quite a bit of reorganization between Durban and Richards Bay and towards the old Durban airport site. There'll be a container decentralization to address the congestion issues. There'll be a significant road to rail movement in that back of port activity and really modernizing both ports at the same time. And this is not just talk, because we've been working very closely with Transnet, and the two adverts have already gone out. I think one as recently as 2 weeks ago to take that process into the full procurement part of things. So those who are in the oceans economy have, and there's the technical, hard technical stuff around the harbor and the opportunities there, and there's massive international interest in that. I think we've crossed the bridge that this is not privatization. It's more like a build, operate, transfer model, but there's massive international interest already shown in those developments. Ina's already spoken about the green economy, so I'm running out of time. I'm not going to go into it, but it's part of the State of the Province address, and we'll be putting resources into that. We have an organization entity called Ezemvelo, which has been through a bad period. It controls one of our jewels, which is the old, or it's called the wildlife, KZN wildlife. Some of the most beautiful nature reserves and environmental areas fall under it, together with the wetland, the Smangaliso Wetland Park, which is a World Heritage Site. They contain some of the jewels of KZN. So Ezemvelo is being reorganized and repositioned. But the key point for you is that there's going to be very, very interesting investment opportunities through the commercialization process of several of those facilities. And we will follow, or rather we will be advised quite strongly by what has happened in Kruger National Park with their commercialization activities, and you can expect announcements quite soon. So we are quite pleased with the tourism recovery. I think, like you in the Western Cape, our tourism sector was decimated, but to have risen to an average 65% occupancy in December, rising to about 90% in the actual Christmas, Boxing Day, New Year weekends. We think that was a wonderful recovery, showing the resilience, but also the quality of the products that we have as KZN from a tourism perspective. Also, we are increasingly looking at the African agenda. We had the Intra-Africa Trade Fair at a time when not many people thought it was possible, but we made it happen in 4 months. We put together something that normally takes 2 years. And the organizers came to us because Rwanda, where it was scheduled to take place, could not do it for various reasons. And we think that they showed their confidence in our ability to put it together. And again, the Premier led in that particular effort. And we had over 40 countries. We had 6 heads of state attending that Intra-Africa Trade Fair. But what has that done is it has exponentially increased the contact and interest both ways, from us towards African countries and from African countries towards us. And of course, all of this in the context of the Free Trade Area Agreement, which is now going to be rolled out. So again, there, our proximity, the 2 harbors, the N3, N2 networks gives us strategic competitive advantages that we think no other province has. Broadband and connectivity generally, I'm not going to go into that, but let me briefly reflect on the business processing sector, what we colloquially call the call center industry. We know that Western Cape has a significant presence, but we've also had an explosion of interest over the last 5-6 years and development. The investors themselves saying that they think they can take it up to 50,000 jobs over a period of time. And we are determined to help them make that happen. There's international brands. I was with them yesterday, and there's big brands from the United States coming to do their inspections in loco before final investment decisions. So both of us, Western Cape and KZN, have serious competitive advantages as far as that industry is concerned. Now, it's not an industry that it gets high numbers of jobs, and some would say that those are not high-paying jobs and it's a high turnover. But we're not in the position to be too picky. I mean, and from where I'm sitting, for a young person who did not have a job before, his first job experience, to go in and earn around 6,000 Rand a month with all the benefits is a good start. And for us to be able to say that this is a sector that can go to 50,000 jobs within a few years, that's something we want to grow. And I'm sure you in the Western Cape are doing the same thing. The point I'm making is that it's clearly been seen. In fact, we were declared the province and city with the best prospects for the business processing sector in the world. That was about a year ago. So there's exciting opportunities there. Ina has spoken about business forums, so I'm not going to go into that, but be very clear. If you're going to behave in a mafia protection racket type of way, the law must take its course, and we're seeing the arrests. But if you're looking for genuine empowerment and opportunities in the economy, our duty is to work with you, and that's what we are doing. In conclusion, let me say that next week, 10th and 11th, we will be part of what is called the KZN Executive Liaison Workshop. That's where all the top businesses of KZN meets with government and other stakeholders. We're meeting over 2 days. It's a critical part of the social compact that we are speaking about. and it also reflects the coherence and unity of all the sectors in KwaZulu-Natal who are determined to rise and are very much part of our hashtag KZN Rising method. With that, I thank you for listening to me and invite all of you to be part of this journey that KZN is on to rise and not just retain our spot as the second biggest economy, but get as close to Gauteng in the shortest period of time as is possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director.
So who's flying back to Durban with us from Cape Town? Anyone? Any takers? Thank you very much, MVC. Wonderful job. It reminds me of the days when I was in sales. You know, that was a very good sale of KZN, and I'm sure each and every one of you enjoyed that session. And hopefully you've taken some of the pointers, obviously touching on some sensitive stuff that's happened in recent history, but also giving a very good prospect of what can be done in KZN and the potential of that particular province and what government is prepared to do in partnership with business to expand and create a very viable environment for you to do business in the province. I want to make corrections. See, every time I make a mistake, I must correct myself. So I only acknowledged one member of the Trade and Investment KZN executive team. So I want to add to that and say that we acknowledge Ms. Dumisile Nene and Ms. Tulisile Galelgile as well, who's here with us. And obviously Mr. Sihle Ngamo, who I'd already mentioned already. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move on with our program. As you can see, I am slightly behind time. So I'm going to ask, please, to welcome here to address us the Chief Executive Officer of the Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Neville Marquis.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable MEC Ravi Pillay, who is with us online. The Chairperson of the Board of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Ina Kronia. Thank you for your support, Chair. Board Member and Chairperson of the HR Social and Ethics Committee of the Board of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Kanyesani Shandu, who is with us. CEOs of public entities that are here with us, CEO of Dubai Trade Port, Hamish Erskine, CEO of Richards Bay IDZ, Mr. Zulu, CEO of Itala Development Corporation, actually Group CEO, Ms. Pearl Bangu, Acting CEO of KZN Growth Fund, Mr. Kaya Ngaka, and of course, Moses Kotane Institute CEO, Dr. Tandeka. Welcome. And as entities, we also within the department feed into our DDG. DDG Mkize is here with us. Thank you for joining us today. The management team of Trade Investment KwaZulu-Natal. I'm not going to give you a long speech this morning, but I just wanted to give you a teaser of the opportunities in KwaZulu-Natal. A lot has been covered by my chairperson and my MEC in respect of the climate of doing business in KwaZulu-Natal. But I was speaking to one of my colleagues this morning, and he asked me, why are you here? Why did you come to Cape Town? Why now? I said, why not now? And he said, no, but KZN is so unstable. Why don't you wait until you settle before you come and talk to Cape Town? I said to him, the challenges that we experience in KwaZulu-Natal are South African challenges. So we can't decide we're going to isolate ourselves. We have to speak to South Africans. That is why we are here, to give you the assurance that KwaZulu-Natal is ready to do business and will continue to do business. And us keeping quiet just makes it worse because you draw your own assumptions about what is happening in KZN. We are here to give you the message as to the business stability in KwaZulu-Natal. And you have the CEOs of all the entities. You have the commitment from our political leader, our MEC, my boss, the chairperson of the board of KwaZulu-Natal, my boss, who are here to give you the assurance that our climate of doing business is supported fully by our provincial government, and business is doing business in KZN. So don't be afraid to continue doing business in KZN. We're not encouraging people to relocate. That is not what we're doing. We're not here to say to you, close down in Cape Town, move to KZN. We're simply saying, continue doing business with business in KZN. And of course, any expansion needs, if you're looking at expanding your operation within South Africa, also consider KZN. We are not an unstable economy. We are a stable economy. We've had hiccups, yes. But our commitment here and our government's commitment is to give you an indication what KZN has done. Hence, MEC's speech this morning, and of course, the chair of our board, who is incidentally, the chair of our board was also MEC for finance for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So that is the type of commitment that we are here to actually engender. And in our panel discussion with the CEOs, we'll go into a little bit more detail. I see my slide has started at slide number 15. I think it's an indication that I mustn't start from slide number 1. So I'm not sure, Tato. Okay, I'm able to take it back. Okay, there we go. Just as a reminder of where we're located as KwaZulu-Natal, of course, on the eastern seaboard, we border Lesotho, we border Swaziland, and we border Mozambique, in case you didn't know. From Durban, you can have breakfast in Durban, you can have lunch in Swaziland, and you can have dinner in Mozambique, literally. And we've done that route. That is why we can confidently say that to you. Of course, as our program director indicated, we are the second largest economy in South Africa. Gauteng is our largest economy, followed by ourselves, and then the Western Cape. That is why we are always known as the top 3 economies of South Africa. When something happens to any of the top 3 economies, the heartbeat of South Africa becomes a little bit irregular. Hence, we had the challenges of last year, which, by the way, are calm now. And through those challenges, we could feel South Africa was feeling the pinch. But we're here to reassure you that our government is committed towards stability. Of course, we're known as a garden province with subtropical weather, 600 kilometers of coastline. And of course, we maintain that we are the premier destination for investment and for trade, particularly on the export trade side, purely because of our large and mature logistics sector, completely driven, of course, by a lot of our exporting companies that export not only globally, but into the African continent. We have developed a strategy and an implementation plan where we've identified products that can be exported into the continent. We started with KZN products. We're now refining which countries will be a lot more receptive to our products, and which products do we not have in South Africa that we would want to replace with just a destination. Instead of importing them from the Far East, we could then import them from the continent. So that is where we've moved in terms of our focus on Africa. These are the provincial pillars in terms of economic development. And this really creates the base for what we do as an organization. You'll see the last one on the right. It's called radical economic transformation. And I've got to just qualify it that it is not the aggressive side that you see with the mafia-style businesses that you see not only in KZN, but you see them in Gauteng, etc., in the whole country, basically. The Eastern Cape, they're also having that. And they toyed around the issue of RET. And what we're saying as a KwaZulu-Natal base, we're saying, how do we accelerate reinvestment into our economy and grow our economy? And of course, we've got a one-stop shop, same as the Western Cape. Our partner agency in the Western Cape is Westgrow. And there is a one-stop shop run by Westgrow actually downstairs. We have a similar operation in KwaZulu-Natal run by Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal. Westgrow, ourselves, and GGDA are the only 3 provinces that have a one-stop shop, fully operational one-stop shop. GGDA is Gauteng Economic Development Agency, the top 3 again. And of course, the one-stop shop comes under the auspices of the Department of Trade and Industry. And we collaborate and work very closely with our colleagues at Westgrow. So if there's a client who wants to do business in the Western Cape, I will reach out to our colleagues at Westgrow. And if there's a client that wants to do business in KZN, Westgrow will speak to us. So that's how we create synergies amongst ourselves. From an investment promotion perspective, I don't need to orientate you in this, but in essence, these are the packages of what we see as our value proposition, from availability of labor, excellent infrastructure, and of course, as I've said, because of the logistics sector being so important for KZN, it is well developed. Our CEO of Dube Trade Port will take you through on the air cargo side when we have our panel discussion. Market access, large entrenched industries, and availability of land at very competitive prices, etc. So these are literally the value proposition packages that we have as KZN. These are the key sectors that we're driving. You will notice the top part, if you look at the left, we've written traditional, and at the bottom, we've written growth. So we say in these sectors, the traditional is what already exists and is very mature in KZN. The growth component exists, but needs to grow further. And that is where government and ourselves, we focus our energies towards the growth of these sectors. And government is really engendering and putting in a lot of resources to support the sectors that we've indicated there, including the green one that you spoke about, Clive. CEO of Moses Kotane Institute is here, Dr. Taneka, who is championing the cause around cannabis and the development of cannabis within KwaZulu-Natal. So if you really want to talk about cannabis, the expert is here with us today and should be able to talk to you in respect of that if you have an interest. We deal with the investment side, leading you towards full realization. The first setup of cannabis was at Dube Trade Port. The CEO is here. You can talk to him about that operation. So the whole team is here basically to take you through those opportunities. From a trade promotion perspective, these are products that are currently exported from KZN. That's not conclusive. It's just we just summarized it as the top products that are exported from KZN into key markets. And these are the key markets, top 10 global markets where we're exporting our products. And if you look at the top 10, interesting enough, Africa appears already in the top 10. So that is really how important Africa is. And then we narrowed it down further to say, where are we exporting within the African continent? So these are the key markets. These are products from KZN into the continent. So we've aggregated it and so that we are able to identify our key markets within the continent. We also have an investment booklet, and I'll talk through some of the investment opportunities, but not in too much detail in the interest of time. But we do have an investment booklet, which we're currently updating. The 24th of March, the Presidential Investment Conference will be taking place in Gauteng. On the 22nd, we'd like to extend an invitation to yourself. We'll be hosting the KwaZulu-Natal Investment Conference, 22nd and 23rd, as a precursor to the presidential one. So we'll start in KZN showcasing our opportunities and then move across to the Presidential Investment Conference, which will be on the 24th. And one of the components that we've included as part of our conference is focusing on the halal sector. So we'll be hosting World Halal Day as part of our conference. So I would really encourage you to look at that favorably and come and participate in our conference. We are also expecting a number of international companies to come through as part of World Halal Day. The last I checked, I think we're sitting at about 8 countries that had already confirmed, but already we're sitting at about 15 that are in discussion with us. But of course, Europe and the hiccups that we're seeing in Europe is going to cause a little bit of a challenge with some of the European countries and companies that we had intended to attract. There are a number of investment opportunities. I'm not going to read each one, but I will be sharing this presentation with you in respect of the different investment opportunities. One is the Tugela Lifestyle Resort, which is a project that is now the African Bank is looking at funding, but of course there's still a shortfall in terms of participants. So there's an opportunity for people to participate in this project. Just an artistic impression of the lifestyle resort. There's a macadamia development project up in the north of KwaZulu-Natal. Again, that is requiring people who would be interested in participating in the sector. Pharmaceutical project that is potentially going to be located at SEZ, Dubai Trade Port. Again, that is having a discussion and opportunity for investors to participate in it. Cato Ridge Dry Port, basically we're trying to ease congestion at the port of Durban by creating an inland port. And this is the project that has been driven by private sector developers who are working closely with the community. And it's gone quite a way in terms of it being the potential identified dry port for our region. Tinley Manor, which is basically a hotel and a resort development up in the north of KwaZulu-Natal. This one, the hotel facility, Club Med is going to invest in that, but there are other opportunities that exist as a result of the investment that will be coming through from Club Med. In Richards Bay is quite an important area where aluminium is is processed within Richards Bay. So there's opportunities for the development of aluminium beverage cans, of aluminium pistons, aluminium wheels, alloy wheels, even aluminium engines. So these are projects that we've packaged where you are able to look at them and see if you would want to participate. Some of them already have promoters, but they are looking for additional investors to participate in these projects. There are government-driven projects. My MEC mentioned that the clothing and textile is an important component for the province. So we are actually driving to establish a clothing and textile SEZ, which will be located in Ladysmith. So a lot of effort that will be going into that. So the sector, we are aggressively investing in it, and we're going to be developing it further. Aquaculture development zone, as my chairperson indicated, we are looking at the aquaculture sector to grow that in terms of the job creation. There is a model that we are hoping to replicate within KwaZulu-Natal. We're going through a full feasibility at the moment in terms of the opportunity, but there'll be opportunities. If you look at number 3, the establishment of an aquaculture development zone. So from A to K, those are all separate business opportunities that exist within the aquaculture space. So you can set up a fish meal factory, a fish processing factory, marine fishing, a fish hatchery, etc. So these are the different opportunities that actually we're currently packaging in partnership with Egypt for aquaculture. Automotive Supplier Park, again, another project that we're setting up because of the strength of the automotive sector within KwaZulu-Natal. Again, a project led by our SEZ Dubai Trade Port, which is going to be located at the old airport site as phase 1 and then phase 2, not too far from that area in Ilovo. Of course, there's other opportunities. My MEC spoke about the expansion of the port of Durban, which is driven by Transnet, and he did mention that you would have seen RFQs going out, and we are working very closely with the Ports Authority, with Transnet, in terms of the expansion of the port, because as a province that is quite strong in terms of logistics sector and our ports infrastructure, it's important that we continue to reinvest in the sector. So these are just pictorial versions of what previously happened in terms of the Port of Durban and a number of expansions that have taken place previously, and of course the Port of Richards Bay. We have our special economic zones. I'm not going to talk to them because the CEOs are here. When we have the panel discussion, we'll go through the great detail in terms of the SEZs that we currently have within the province. But just as a snapshot in terms of some of the sectoral focus areas: mineral beneficiation, agro-processing, port optimization, renewable energy, and the ICT sector for Richards Bay IDZ, included metals beneficiation, etc. Dube Trade Port, of course, a whole bouquet of opportunities that exist within Dube Trade Port. These are some of the sectors, but not limited to just these sectors that are listed here. One of the other areas that we continue to work on is, of course, connectivity with King Shaka International Airport, and the CEO of Dube Trade Port, who is here, who also chairs the Route Development Committee, together with the CEO of Tourism KwaZulu-Natal. And the intention is really, one, to create connectivity, direct connectivity to Durban. And a lot of initiatives have taken place to ensure that we maintain that connectivity. COVID put a serious damper on those efforts. As you know, Turkish Airlines was coming to Durban, Qatar, Emirates, British Airways, and Mauritius, etc. Quite a number of these airlines. At one stage, Ethiopian Airlines, Air Seychelles, were all flying directly into Durban. But of course, COVID has disturbed that. But we are not going back to those agencies, those airlines. We are speaking to them to see how they can re-establish themselves within our area. Of course, Emirates is back, Qatar is back, and which other one? Air Link to Harare. So in terms of regional connectivity. These are just some of the companies that exist. I mean, not a conclusive list again for us, but of course, you will see Shell there and you'll see BP. We're quite saddened by the announcement of SAPREF being closed down as at the end of this month. That's a sector which is quite important for us. Engine has also, you would have seen last year, also intimated repurposing of their facility. We are having discussions with them continuously. So I think once we've concluded those discussions, we'll be able to then come back and allow us, we'll speak publicly as to exactly what we're doing. But in terms of Engine, we're part of a task team with them to ensure that we retain the jobs. Even through their repurposing exercise, it actually talks to government programs, and we are able to identify how we as a government are able to support them in ensuring that the retention of jobs and the creation of new jobs is realized. Ladies and gentlemen, that's really in a nutshell who KwaZulu-Natal is, but I just want to re-emphasize that as KZN, please, there's never an opportune time for us to talk to you. It was important for us to come and talk to you today so that we can give you a perspective. You can hear directly from us. We are here to speak to you about what KwaZulu-Natal is offering and how KwaZulu-Natal has bounced back. In terms of safety and security, the MEC has spoken extensively about that. We have a partnership with the private sector and government, of course, which includes the SAPS, as well as city police, where in all the major cities, road traffic management agencies. That is why N3 is a very critical component. And you would have seen in the last, since the hiccup of July last year, that the N3 has not really been disturbed that much. All the hotspot areas have been completely mapped, and there is a rapid response task team, as my chairperson indicated, that quickly responds and reacts to deal with the detractors to our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Really appreciate your presentation. Clarity given with regards to the province, what it offers and what's available. And obviously, I'm hoping that everybody is rest assured that it is safe to do business in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to move along with our program. If you bear with me, we're going to introduce our guest speaker now. Proudly South African from SME to global distributor. Verstaan jy, ek het gehoor dat 'n boer maak 'n plan. Maar hierso is baie wat is die woord? Ja, 'n boer maak skone. Is dat reg, meneer Dreer? I tried, I gave it a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the Chief Executive Officer of Hopewell Footwear, Mr. Nick Dreer.
So hi guys, I'm Nick Dreyer, and just a tiny correction. I'm very, very involved with Hopewell Footwear, but I'm the CEO of Veldskin Shoes. And thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for introducing me, and to all the dignitaries for having me. One of the interesting things about a Veldskin shoe, I don't know how many of you know about it, but it's been around in Africa for about 500 years. And there's an argument that it could be one of the oldest footwear products ever to have been created on earth. That from the southern part of Africa, footwear was in fact invented and then went north into the rest of the world. And so what am I talking about when I talk about a pair of Veldskin? A pair of Veldskin is this. It is a pair of shoes that is made from cattle leather, hand-stitched, and for centuries, it's been known as something that is well-made, unbelievably comfortable, and doesn't take itself too seriously. And it's a product that has kind of been with us in South Africa for all these years. And what happened was about 6 years ago, we realized that nobody had embraced this product from Southern Africa, even though it had inspired the likes of the Desert Boot by Mr. Clark in England. And it was inspired by our soldiers fighting in the northern parts of the world during the Second World War. Nobody had actually shone a light on Veldskin. So why did we want to do this, and how did it come about? In a good old way, it came about in the most improbable possible way. Firstly, the word Veldskin. The word Veldskin means field shoe in Afrikaans. And you would have imagined that a bunch of Afrikaans guys would have got together and started this Veldskin business, but unfortunately it didn't happen that way. It happened that myself and Ross Zondag, who both went to Pretoria Boys High and had never worn Veldskin or really spent much time speaking Afrikaans, decided to own that word and own that space and to shine a light on it. What was also improbable is that I was a not very good art dealer and Ross was a very, very mediocre builder. Neither of us had even worn a pair of Veldskin, nor had we ever been in e-commerce, and I knew absolutely nothing about footwear. And in fact, my English wife from London, when I told her that I was going to start a Veldskin business, asked me what a Veldskin does. So, improbable? Absolutely. How did it start? We were in an argument. I was driving from Plet to Cape Town. Ross is driving around Cape Town trying to be a builder. And we had an argument about the Rio Olympics and the South African team that just didn't look like they were South Africans. They had these huge tracksuits on. I don't know if you remember it, but they weren't visibly South African. And the French have a beret and the Americans have these smart Hugo Boss suits. What could we have worn? And this argument raged about what they could have worn. And I think Ross said to me, they could have worn Veldskin shoes because that's the one thing we all know. And I said, there's only one problem with Veldskin, is that it's incredibly boring. And the fact is that at the time it was this sort of like niche product that every single person knew about, but very few people wore. But there was something in it. It had the resilience of South Africa. It had the positivity of South Africa. It had the comfort of being a South African, and it didn't take itself too seriously. So I had this young guy who worked for me, photoshopped me a picture of a Veldskin, lifted off the internet, and he photoshopped the laces and the soles into bright colors. And he picked the colors of the South African flag. And as I got it driving on WhatsApp and I scrolled, bang, I knew that Veldskin could look different. I knew that South Africa had a product in it that had somehow existed for 500 years that we just never celebrated. So we started Veldskin Pty Limited. Now that car journey was 6 hours long. Can you believe it? By the time I arrived in Cape Town, after 6 hours drive, Veldskin Pty Limited was registered, and we registered the trademark for Veldskin shoes. We had no idea how to make shoes. We didn't even know how to sell shoes. So what we did is we built a website, we created a Facebook page, we did all of it at night while lying to our wives because they thought we were defocused. And we, about 4 months later, went live. And on Facebook, we had this campaign that was, "The legend is back," as if we were this huge company that had existed for many, many years and that we'd resurrected this enormous business. Turns out it's two mid-aged guys sitting behind their computers using Skype and Zoom 6 years ago to start a business. You won't believe what happened. In the first 20 days, 600 people bought shoes. The only problem was we'd never made a pair of shoes. We're still selling Photoshop shoes. So we immediately phoned everybody and apologized and said, "Guys, we are going to start a Veldskin business. We just don't really know how to do it yet. Would you like your money back?" And all of them said, "Guys, go for it. Get it done and get us the shoes when you can." So we started making shoes. And this, we had to find a manufacturer to make shoes. And this is where the story of Veldskin being kind of a Cape Town, kind of a Durban business starts. So Veldskin was always in Cape Town, in Pardon Island, and we started trying to find manufacturers. And bless you, Cape Town, I know we make amazing stuff and we've got a rich history of textiles, but it just didn't work out. We had to go to Durban and we had to go to find a company called Hopewell Shoes. Hopewell Shoes is a third generation footwear specialist shoe company who, like every other apparel and footwear and clothing business in KwaZulu-Natal, had to compress over a period of time because our large retailers were importing 25 million pairs of shoes a year into South Africa. Just get that number around your head. And they were doing it at a price which broke our local manufacturing. So we went to them and we said to them, "Can you do this with us? Can you start this project with us? Will you make Veldskin huge with us? But we need to do it in partnership because we don't know how to make shoes." So they said that they would do it. And they started creating a good old-fashioned stitched down Veldskin shoe. That was in 2016. Let's fast forward 8 months. 8 months later, we launched in the UK online. 1 month after that, this is the highlight reel, so I'll try to keep it condensed. We launched in the USA, where we attracted a 50% shareholder in the movie star Ashton Kutcher and the billionaire Mark Cuban, and immediately we made global news. All of a sudden, there was this tiny little footwear business from South Africa making its shoes in Durban that had caught the attention of the international business world, and it went big really, really quickly. One of the things we're most proud of is the fact that one of South Africa's largest retailers and renowned importer, Woolworths, came to us and said, "We want to support a local company. We want to help support the local supply chain and the local value chain." And I commend them for doing that. And they took us on board. And we were the first non-Woolworths owned product to go into Woolworths as a branded product. So it started in 2019. And then, of course, COVID. Retail compressed. We were selling our shoes at that stage in Australia and in the US. And, of course, in South Africa. And in South Africa, we knew that we were going to lose at least 30 to 60 days of actual trading in retail space. And online, we weren't even allowed to deliver our shoes. So I was forced to sit with my executive team and, of course, have a tiny little cry and a panic, as most entrepreneurs do, no sleep, all the rest of it. But we had to decide what we were going to do. How were we going to fix this problem? So we got in touch with Hopewell Shoes, with our manufacturer, and we said, "We've got to tackle this thing together." We managed to work on a trading deal, which meant we could work our cash flow together to the point where we could both survive. It was a true partnership. Also, who do I sell my shoes to? In Feb 2020, we were selling into 3 countries globally outside of South Africa. Today, as I stand here now, we are selling into 32 countries globally. And it's not that I am selling to 32 countries. Thank you. We're not selling, I'm not delivering to 32 countries from South Africa. We have shoes in 32 countries in the world. There are 32 Veldskin websites in the world. There are 32 Veldskin Facebook pages. There are 32 Veldskin Instagram pages. And it is starting to grow because we have had major support from South Africa. And when I say South Africa, I don't mean the government, I don't mean trade, I mean everyone. Our shoe is earmarked as the shoe for everyone. It's literally called, our brand is for everyone. I'm so proud when I go to the Slow Lounge and I'm lucky enough to fly to Durban or Joburg, and I go to the Slow Lounge and I always sit there and I see the CEOs walk in and all these like smart guys and bankers, and they've now decided to be cool by wearing jeans or suits with feltskin, and it's my feltskin, and I see it and I'm like, that's amazing. But what's even more amazing is that the staff for the last 5 years at Slow Lounge and most of the airport staff behind the counters at Commerce business folks all wear feltskin. Again, saying to South Africa that this product is for everyone. This product is for every single person that lives in South Africa. It's like a pair of jeans. You should have it in your cupboard. And what we're trying to do and how we've managed to do that is by celebrating all that is excellent and beautiful and inspiring and hopeful about South Africa. I have never paid one influencer to be a commercially driven person for feltskin. And I'll rattle off the names of people that wear our shoes. Harry, he used to be called Prince Harry, he's not just Harry. Matthew McConaughey, Ashton Kutcher, every single sportsman in South Africa. We've even got the Aussie cricket team wearing our bloody shoes. I mean, we've got people everywhere. We've got a party coming up where Naomi Campbell's coming. We've got the celebrities of the world wear our shoes. But why do they do that? I don't pay them. I only have one influencer. My influencer is South Africa. My influencer is South Africa because even when we have little blips like what happened in Durban, and I say that with respect, and our prayers go out to Durban for that period of time, because 3 doors down from our factory, unfortunately, there was huge disruption. But the truth of the matter is South Africa is beautifully bipolar. We have this ability to have massively positive, massively negative, yet ultimate resilient growth and positivity in our country. So if 2 really unsuited guys who have never worn shoes that's like this, who don't even identify with the culture, that have never bought anything online, and are 2 of the most unfashionable guys you'll ever meet, can start a business in the world of fashion that is now a fashion icon and that has started a movement, then it's possible for everyone. And what I love about this room is that I'm a guy from Cape Town and I make my shoes in Durban, and isn't what this is the entire thing is about. The reality is that my 32 countries, my team might be here, but I promise you my shoes are not going to Spain from Cape Town. My shoes are going to Spain from Durban. Why? Because it makes sense. Why? Because we can do business in Durban. But that is how we need to start thinking about that. And that's how I think also young entrepreneurs should start thinking about it. We live in a global economy, but we also live in a country that is geared for the global economy because we have diversity in space, geolocation, business attribution, skill sets, and availability of unbelievable talent, which is the thing that underpins this entire society. Business is underpinned by the people of South Africa, and let us not forget that we have some of the most talented, interesting, unbelievably well-mannered, kind people on planet Earth. We are an incredible society because of who we are, and therefore we make great products, and therefore people want to support us when our products are for sale in those countries. So here I am. I'm a good version of a South African citizen, having started a global brand using 2 cities, Cape Town and Durban. And I like that you said that you weren't competitive, but I think you guys need to be a little bit more competitive, because Durban has got a lot going for it, because now I make pluckies there as well. And if you've got some time, listen to a podcast. It's called South Africanness with Feltskin Shoes, where we host it and we talk to unbelievable people from all over the world. From Tim Nordeer, the guy that was the CEO of Billabong globally, to all of the biggest captains of industry, the biggest real estate guy in New York, bigger than Donald Trump, can you believe it? I tell you what, 8 out of 10 of them, we say to them, where are you from? Because it's a nice joke. It's like, we're from Pretoria Boys. Where did you go to school? No, I mean, Asymptote. No, I went to Durban. And they're all from Durban. It's amazing. Durban breeds them good. And so it should. Listen, thank you for your time. It's been an honor to be your guest. It's we're open to any business opportunities that we can, but as long as it's for the value of South Africa and for growing the South African economy and for growing that South African dream. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much, and do some good. Thank you very much.
Tell you what, Nick, you've made me embarrassed with my shoes now. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is. Thank you very much for that inspirational. It sounds like a story. It sounds like a fairy tale. Average guys, I think your wives were right to complain about you because they didn't know much about you in fashion. So I think you deserve another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I'm going to carry on. We're not going to have a coffee break. I ask you to please bear with us. You can walk out if you want to grab a quick coffee and come back, but we're certainly not going to take a break. So I want us to move on to our next item, and we are going to have a presentation by the Government Interventions, ICT and Innovation, the Chief Executive Officer of Moses Kotane Institute, whom I missed. And madam, please, I apologize once again. This is Dr. Tandega Ellison.
Oh, I really apologize. I think I'm shorter than everyone else. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honorable MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, MEC Ravi Pillay, to the Chairperson of the Board of KZN, Trade and Investment. Sorry. Right. To the Chairperson of the TIKZN, Ms. Ina Cronier, to the CEO of TIKZN, Mr. Neville Marquis, and the team of TIKZN, to the DDG of Economic Development in KZN, Mr. Mkhize, to the senior government officials in Western Cape and KZN, to senior business leaders, to potential investors, and to the members of government and business that I haven't mentioned. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right. Right. Thank you very much. So the reason for this presentation is that we would like you to come and invest in KwaZulu-Natal province. And my presentation is solely going to focus on ICT and innovation. I've been allocated an hour, but I'm not going to waste your time. I'm just going to take about 10 minutes to tell you where you should focus in KZN if you want to invest in ICT and innovation, because we know what we want. We're not going to bore you with the details, but should you wish to invest in ICT and innovation, contact me. I'm your person, and I will link you to the right partners in KZN, and we will be able to get you to package the products in which you can invest in KwaZulu-Natal. It's weird. Let me rather stand like this so I can see the presentation. Yeah. Thank you, Clive. So I'll highlight the interventions in respect of ICT and innovation that you may be interested in investing in. But as I go through my presentation, I wish you to focus on 3 areas of potential investment, and that will be connectivity, that will be digital infrastructure, and that will be digital skilling. And those are the 3 areas. So literally, I've finished my presentation, but I'll go through the items so that you can see the details of what I've mentioned as I go through. So in relation to the in conversation today, we, as Moses Kotane, is responsible for coordinating all the ICT and innovation in KwaZulu-Natal, and it is a sister entity of TIKZN, and we all work for provincial government through the Economic Development Department. So the focus of KZN in as far as ICT is innovation, we purely focus on citizens. We're talking about youth. We're talking about all the citizens in KwaZulu-Natal, as you can think of them. We're talking about businesses. We're talking SMEs, SMMEs, entrepreneurs. We also deal with multinational corporations. You know, so you may wish to invest in KwaZulu-Natal in the space of ICT and innovation, and you can focus on entrepreneurs. You can focus on SMMEs. We also work with government in KwaZulu-Natal. We're looking at the government departments, we're looking at the municipalities, and we're looking at the government entities, and that's the area in which you can focus on. So in terms of digitization readiness context, in the sub-Saharan Africa, we can see that most of the sub-Saharan African countries are burdened with this issue of connectivity, and it's quite weird that we're such a big continent and we have so much in terms of potential, in terms of economy, yet we are falling behind in terms of all the continents in as far as the development is concerned when we look at the ICT and innovation. And that is the space which is set for all of the African countries in the continent. If you look at the key, I'm just giving you the context, right? You know where to invest. But in terms of the key sub-Saharan demographic statistics, we have in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, over 1 billion inhabitants, and we have a GDP of over 1 billion, that is in US dollars, but we are burdened with unemployment rate, and we are burdened with poverty. In terms of poverty, out of the 28 poorest countries in the world, 27 of those countries are from the sub-Saharan Africa, and each of the poorest countries has poverty rate of over 30%, and half of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa have poverty rates of higher than 35%, and that is sad. And we need to digitize ourselves, but we have barriers in terms of digital economy. And what are the barriers? We have the issue of costs. The costs are high. Digitizing ourselves means that we have to pay the cost. And in Africa, we know the challenges in terms of, you know, having money to digitize ourselves. And this is a space where we need to think about as to how do we reduce the cost, you know, of digitizing the countries in Africa. We have social norms where we're not used to operating in the digital space. We have issues of connectivity. Network coverage is a problem. We have security. We're talking cyber security issues and harassments. And we have trust and technical literacy. And those are burdening us as a continent, as South Africa, and specifically as KwaZulu-Natal. So, and we have uncertainties in terms of the policies, but luckily South African government has reformed itself into crafting policies that will help us digitize ourselves in South Africa, as well as specifically in each and every province. And each and every province has a digital transformation strategy, which I'll talk about just now. We are so caught up in the hype of 4th Industrial Revolution. Other countries are already talking 5th, 6th, 7th Industrial Revolution, and we are so stuck as South Africa in 4th Industrial Revolution. But we need to make, there are conditions which we need to meet in order for us to even say we have fully explored the 4IR or 5th IR. And these conditions are mentioned just now. We have issues of infrastructure. And this is the area, one of the areas I mentioned, which if you're looking for investment, you can invest in. in terms of the infrastructure, particularly on connectivity. So the preconditions that you need to meet in order to say you are a digitally ready country or province, both KZN and Western Cape, you need to have connectivity, you need to have functioning markets, you need to have optimized consumer welfare, you need to redress the education outcomes, you need to have effective regulation, and you need digital scaling. So the KwaZulu-Natal context then is trying to respond to the National Development Plan, where we're trying to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. And the role, we see the role of ICT and innovation being the backbone of pushing, you know, the space where we address inequalities. We believe that ICT will underpin the development of information and society, and will create vibrant communities in terms of knowledge economy, and we'll be having prosperous and most digitally advanced communities. So the white paper, I'm mentioning white paper because I'm talking on behalf of government, you know, in case you're wondering why I'm mentioning NDPs and the white papers and all of that. The white paper is saying that we need to reinforce fair competition and facilitate innovation across all value chains. So all the value chains that were mentioned by the CEO of all the sectors that were mentioned by the CEO of TIKZN, this is where we are, the entire value chain of each sector. We need to facilitate digital transformation in the society, and this is where we need to provide access to infrastructure and affordable access to the ICT. Again, this is the area where I said we need to think about investing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Because as KZN, we want to harness 4IR, and we want to create the most citizen-centric space, and we want to be the technological gateway in terms of Africa and the world. Okay, let me go to how we have responded as KwaZulu-Natal. So we went and created the digital transformation strategy. The digital transformation strategy in the province addresses certain priorities. One of the priorities is connectivity. KZN is mostly rural, and we are, I would say, 27% connected, and we have an issue of connectivity in the province. And should you wish to invest in KwaZulu-Natal, I think one of the spaces which you can invest in is connectivity, because connectivity underpins activities and interactions of every activity that you can find in the province, whether you're talking business, whether you're talking business to citizens, whether you're talking government to business, whether you're talking government to citizens, and so on. All the interactions are underpinned by connectivity. So this is one of the areas which is the most crucial and the most the priority for KwaZulu-Natal, in which you can invest. Right, so I'll talk a little bit more about connectivity, but the second priority is the digital skilling. Once you've connected the province, then what else? You need to digitally skill your people, digitally skill your citizens, digitally skill your businesses, your SMMEs, your entrepreneurs, digitally skill your youth, digitally skill your government even, so that government can be able to interact with business. So often you find that we focus on certain sectors and forget about government, or we focus on business and forget about citizens, but it's a triangle: business, government, and citizens. We all need each other so that we can be able to do business. So this is one of the areas in which you can invest in, and that is digital skilling. And then there are other priorities such as information management and so on, which I won't mention now, because I wanted you to focus on the issue of connectivity, digital skilling, and infrastructure. And I think once you can think about those three priorities, then we can package the products or the areas for you in which you can smoothly invest and maybe probably see the return on investment. And that is where we are in as far as KZN. We also want to focus on process automation. Luckily, COVID has assisted us in automating our processes. So you won't necessarily have to drive or fly down to KZN. If you don't want to, you can just do your business where you are in the Western Cape, and we can be able to assist you whilst we connect you, online. What have we done as KZN? In as far as responding to the challenges that I've mentioned, we have established the digital centers. Because KZN is mostly rural, we find that there are problems in communities in KZN accessing the facilities or accessing even the digital skilling. So we have decided that we must go around and create the digital centers in the province to enable the rural communities to come to these centers. And why do they come to these centers? They need to access information. They have access to infrastructure that we provide them. They have access to ICT training. They are able to coordinate their activities. This is where we also spot talents in terms of ICT and innovation, and we assist them with commercializing their products or innovation. This is where we support our innovators and entrepreneurs. We promote innovation, especially in the space of technology and other products, and we drive innovation at local government. So now the digital centers are crucial in as far as KZN is concerned. And mainly our target population, and as far as this is concerned, we are talking entrepreneurs, community members, especially unemployed graduates. We're talking youth. This is the map of KwaZulu-Natal, where you see the red pins. That's where the digital centers are at the moment, and we can count up to 9, close to 10 now, and they are located in these local municipalities. But as you can see, the province is quite wide, and in each of the local municipalities, if you have one digital center, it means that it's just a few people that are going to be able to access this digital center. So why not have many digital centers in one local municipality? So in order to provide that access, which I'm talking about. So the aim, for starters, is that we need to have at least 100 digital centers in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in the next 5 years, so that we can try and get people to access what I was mentioning: technology, infrastructure, training, interactions, innovation, and so on. And if we can have at least 100 in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we can start making a dent in terms of access to these. Now, this is the area in which you can focus on if you wish to invest, because you will be assisting the communities in KwaZulu-Natal, but also you can partner with local entrepreneurs. That is, if you want to do like business in terms of the monetary transaction, where you wish to perhaps have return on investment, this is where you can invest. Or if you wish to invest in terms of social or corporate social investment, again, this is the very same area in which you can participate. This is just an example of the digital centers. So these digital centers have computers, they have 3D printers, they have smart screens, they have training rooms, probably anything that you can think of that can assist that particular local community to access whatever that they need. Entrepreneurs come here, they sit, they do whatever that they wish to do, either by way of accessing the computer, by way of prototyping, and so on and so on. We provide them with this access, and we want to give them that, and it's free of charge to them because we don't want to charge them. We're trying to promote that they participate. Of course, government pays for it. It's not really free, but it's a good platform. This is what it looks like. All right, so potential areas for investment, infrastructure. I mentioned that we're aiming for 100 in the next 5 years. You can think about investing by providing the SMMEs or the digital centers with computers. You can provide any other device that you can think of. You know, small and micro businesses are very much in need of this. Youth, people with disabilities are often forgotten. Think of a blind person that has got a business idea and that wishes to do business in the country. How do they do their businesses? And these are the areas in which we are trying to assist these communities, or the communities in KwaZulu-Natal, you know, access these infrastructures so that they can be able to participate in the digital economy space. Different groups involved, or that we want to skill: citizens, business, public sector officials, and so on. In terms of connectivity, I mentioned that we are in need. We're trying to connect the schools, the libraries, the places of worships, the taxi ranks, just provide those hotspots. That's the area in which you can invest. One, because connectivity is a big need and a priority, we are then looking at, you know, a broadband rollout to address that issue. Just to give you a context, if you look at internet gap in terms of connectivity, in Europe is 80% connected. Africa is 22% connected. Now you can see the gap is wide. Why? Right? So we believe connectivity improves economic growth. We're talking about education hub. Informal trading is the backbone of business, and informal traders need to be connected, right? It makes trading much easier. We are seeing Itala here, and they're gonna be talking about banking. Connectivity helps the unbanked to be banking. We're talking about the capabilities to buy and sell, because the youth, women, people with disabilities and vulnerable groups are connected. And all these elements are very much important to prosper the region and to prosper KZN. We have noted the challenges in terms of the KZN lagging behind in terms of connectivity. Youth is not connected, right? So in terms of household internet access, there is a cry, because, you know, we are lagging behind, not just as KZN, but the entire African region. If you look at Africa again, compared to the world, look at how, in terms of internet connectivity, internet access at home is 14.3% in Africa, but in the world it's 57.4%. And individuals using internet in the world, 28% compared to 14% in Africa, 51% compared to 57% in the world. There's disparity in terms of men and women as well, as you can see, 20 to 37%, 48 to 55%. So there is a digital divide. In KwaZulu-Natal specifically, government is only 27% connected. That means that the layers, the municipalities, the libraries, some government departments, health specifically, they are not connected. So it is an issue, it is a big issue. The residents, only 9% connected. When you look at the KZN population of 11 million, you can see that this is a problem. And you can do quite a lot of business. 11 million people have potential, you know, of growing the economy, only if they were connected. Okay, I'm not gonna go through this. Digitization is very important. So connectivity, internet, mobile technology, Internet of Things, this is a space in which we need to focus. ETA has crafted a development or a rapid deployment program in terms of connectivity, and they've done the proof of concept where they connected some libraries and the taxi ranks in KwaZulu-Natal to try and give people hotspots where they can access connectivity. And currently we say with that program, 25,000 citizens get connected per week on average. But this is it's not even a dent compared to where KZN needs to be. You can see here, this is a very proof of concept which I'm talking about, where KZN is trying to connect its citizens. Okay. And in terms of the digital skilling, we are trying as KZN. So this is now, if you are in the space of training, capacity building, academia, and so on, or a business that just wants to connect in the digital skilling space. Currently, we're doing digital marketing, digital literacy, design thinking, cybersecurity, BPO, software development and coding, and enterprise development. And this is for citizens, for other businesses, smaller businesses, and government. So this is the area in which you can invest. In terms of innovation, again, we have competitions, hackathons, awards, commercializations. We're trying to get innovators to be entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs to be innovators. And we're trying to commercialize the innovative solutions that come with entrepreneurs or innovators. So this is, again, the space in which you can invest, where you can take up or buy or participate in commercializing the innovation solutions in KwaZulu-Natal. Perhaps partner with an innovative entrepreneur and see perhaps if you can strike a deal where you can get return on investment. These are the competitions. It's just an example of what you do in terms of the solutions. So there is also an upcoming innovation hub, which is located at the Dube Trade Port. This is next to the airport precinct. It's going to be quite a big hub. If you wish to locate your business there, you are more than welcome to speak to either myself or Mr. Hamish Erskine, the CEO of Dube Trade Port, because that's where it's located and it's going to be big in KwaZulu-Natal. You can locate yourself there. This is where we bring in all the MNCs, the smaller businesses, the academia, government, and so on, to be in one space for research and innovation and to start commercializing these products with Trade and Invest KZN assisting us in exports and attracting investment in as far as the products that will be coming from this innovation hub. So it's very important that you note this and think about it as an area of investment. So other interventions by KZN government, we have Dube Trade Port providing infrastructure for innovation and ICT activities. We have Itala funding the ICT entrepreneurs and businesses and innovators. Tourism is assisting us with supporting innovators in the tourism industry. Gaming and betting supports entrepreneurs in the space with ICT and emerging technologies. We have Film Commission, which assists and supports filmmakers in that industry. We have KZN Wildlife that is piloting the drones. If you want to invest in the space of drones, KZN Wildlife is assisting in that. They are piloting the project where they're trying to reduce, poaching in the province. So it's a big space of investment. TIKZN, as we are here today, supports government, business, and citizens, scouting for investors on ICT and innovation, and fast-tracking the BPO. Richards Bay IDZ supports the businesses and provides advisory on matters of ICT and innovation in the space linked to the development in Richards Bay and beyond. We have Liquor Authority improving technologies in providing licenses if you are interested in the liquor businesses. And we have all government departments working towards ICT and innovation, with Moses Kotane, of course, collecting all this data and keeping it in the knowledge repository for the province. So these are the people in which you can speak to, either through TIKZN or my MKI. But just to wrap up, I mentioned as I started that there are 3 areas in which we wish you to invest in, and that's the space of connectivity in KwaZulu-Natal, the space of digital skilling, and the space of infrastructure in as far as innovation and ICT is concerned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
As you can tell, the province also embraces Imbogoto. So as you can see, I'm also supporting with my pink mask here. And it's really great to hear from a technologist who is Black and female. And Mem Tandeka, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I really excused myself for not letting you have your tea break. When I ask that we please welcome our panel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce each and every one of them. And then as they come up, we can all just embrace them with your hands. I'm asking you to please clap as hard as possible. For our panel discussion, I'm going to ask that we be joined on stage by Mr. Neville Marquis, the Chief Executive Officer of Trade Investment KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Hamish Erskine, Chief Executive Officer of Dube Trade Port, SEZ, Mr. Tabani Zulu, Chief Executive Officer of Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, Umampel Bengu, Group Chief Executive Officer of Itala Development Finance Corporation, and Mr. Kaya Ngaga, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the KZN Growth Fund. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to ask our IT guys to please help with the mics. Let's make sure that everything is working. So Mr. Markey knows that this is my favorite part. It's the business end of our trip to Cape Town. Ma'am, lovely to see you again, Mampengu. Thank you very much for joining us. As we're about to begin, I'm going to ask you to please give us a brief introduction and also explain the entity that you represent and provide perspective with regards to why you're in Cape Town. Is that fair? Okay, so I'm going to be very biased and go ladies first.
Hi, thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all the dignitaries that are here and the people that are here to see and to hear what we can offer as KZN. We are pleased that they all came today. Itala Development Finance Corporation is a very old corporation in KwaZulu-Natal. We are over 60 years in spinning, and under Itala Development Corporation, we have some pockets that people don't really know. We have a DFI where we really lend money to SMMEs, even startups and cooperatives. We do lend them, and at very favorable interest rates, which are from 2% up to prime rate. It is important for us to talk about these cooperative and small businesses, because as big businesses, as we go and really encourage township and village or rural economy, we really need then the feed for them to be able to operate. So that's one part. The second part, we are the second biggest property owners in KZN. We have a lot of properties. We have big industrial parks, 3 of them. We have light industrial parks in Durban and outside Durban in the whole of KZN. We have about 21 shopping centers around KZN. And we do have about 42 SMME parks that are in rural areas as well as in townships. And then the third part, which is also big, is the Tala Bank, which is the banking part of our organization that is 100% owned by ourselves as IDFC, which's got about 38 branches in KZN. So in short, that's what we have and that's what we can offer. Banking services, properties, as well as SMMEs. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mabembe. Appreciate it. I'm going to hand over now to the CEO of the Trade Investment KZN. You can do a brief introduction. I think your presentation said a lot, but
Thank you. I think I've already done a lot of the introduction, but we are the official investment promotion agency for KwaZulu-Natal. So we work with investors who are looking at establishing themselves in KwaZulu-Natal. We then support them in terms of facilitation, especially dealing with regulatory compliance issues, hence the one-stop shop being located in our offices, finding the land, finding companies that can support the company that is investing. We work with foreign direct investors as well as local investors. So we don't just limit our support to foreign investors, we extend that to our local investors. And the second component is it's export trade. And under export trade, we've got two components to it. One is export development, where we work with companies that are already producing product, supplying the product in the domestic market, and we then teach them the language of international trade and encourage them to export their products. And we would then, as part of that, move to the next component, which is the promotion, which is now to help the companies market their products globally. So we would then take them into specific trade missions in key markets where they're able to display their products and, and find buyers for their products. So those are the two critical components that we run, the investment side and the trade side. Thank you.
thank you very much. We can have the Chief Executive Officer of the Dubai Trade Port, SEZ, Mr. Erskine.
Thank you so much, Clive, and good morning, everybody. I'll try and be quick because you would have heard Dubai Trade Port touched on a few times. I'm not sure how familiar people down in the Western Cape are with Dubai Trade Port. Primarily, we are an economic development is our main objective, primarily in the logistics and integration space for trade, but also with manufacturing development and manufacturing support. How that came about was it was a joint project done in the very early 2000s. It was started to make optimum use of the relocation of the airport from the old Durban International Airport site to King Shaka, and to ensure that that development optimized all of the potential that could come from that on an economic development perspective. So the company started in 2003. It then went into a deal with AXA in 2006, where we essentially agreed how we were going to develop this 2,000 hectare together and how we were going to split roles. We started construction in 2007, and then in 2010, we went into operations on completion of the first phase. At that stage, the legislature passed an act of provincial parliament, which established the Dubai Trade Port Corporation. So that really firmly fixed us into the long-term development objectives of the province. And we've been in operations ever since. Our primary business is a cargo terminal. So we operate the cargo terminal. We service all of the international flights, hence why Neville touched on it, why air services are so much interest to us, but also because of the province, because an airplane carries cargo, it carries passengers, it carries business people, it carries visiting friends and relatives. It is your economic lifeline. And you know, Cape Town knows this very well, and we work very closely with Air Access Cape Town as well. So that, you know, it's something that both cities, I think, understand very, very well, is how important it is to drive that. We then later in about 2014-15, because we had planned a number of big industrial zones, manufacturing zones, that we were already converting into logistics, primarily value-added logistics activities, we took advantage of the new SEZ Act, and we got certain portions of our site designated special economic zone. And that really kicked us into a new gear around about 2014, 15. And since then, we've managed to attract in our first phase, which is a 26-hectare manufacturing zone, some very big, mainly electronics manufacturers, so big names, Samsung, Conlog. We've got a mix now of just over 42 tenants in the zone. We've taken some steps to make sure that the zone is accessible across the board. So we have mini factories that we've built ourselves, so small micro enterprises, medium-sized companies can access opportunities in the zone, as well as the very big sort of 10, 12,000 square meter manufacturing facilities. So that zone is completely full now, in a combination of just over 3 billion rands worth of private investment and an additional probably 600 or 700 million rands worth of Dubai Tradeport investment. We've just completed phase 2, which is double the size of phase 1. So we really are in the market now. We've secured 2 investments already in Trade Zone 2. That is ready. It's operational. We're going into operations now. So we really are gearing for next wave of investment. On top of that, we have a couple of support businesses. I'm going to really try and be quick here. We are a licensed IT provider, so we do sell voice and broadband. We have a data center. That's a commercial operation. We have a trucking division linked directly to our cargo terminal. And I think, as was touched on by some of my colleagues, I'll end with this, is we're playing now a new role in expanding beyond our Aerotropolis footprint, which is our wider spatial footprint around the airport, where we've been given a mandate to develop an airport city. We're now also developing an automotive supply park in the south of Durban in a JV with Transnet for Toyota. And we've got then longer term plans on a big piece of land we own in the south of Durban. And then also assisting TIKZN with the clothing and textile hub in eZakani, and trying to bring the value we've learned to that process. And then finally, I think, as Thandeka was touching on, very exciting project approved by our board. We're at the end of the procurement, so we're hoping to start construction around July in a 10,000 square meter innovation hub in our Dubai city area. It's our second big development there. And that's very geared towards youth-orientated businesses. I think, as Thandeka went through it, innovation, young companies, that type of thing. So we've got quite a lot on the go. Thank you.
I'm still going to come back to you, don't worry. Thanks very much, Mr. Oxkina. Can we please ask Mr. Kaya Ngaka, who's the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the KZN Growth Fund Trust, to also just give us a brief introduction, please. Welcome, sir.
KZN Growth Fund was established in 2008 as a vehicle to finance industrial development and drive economic KZN. As you know, if you trigger the economy in one part of the country, there's a tendency to create backward and forward linkages that tend to spread. So that is the intention, and the growth fund by nature, which is also a sister company to work in the same space with Ghana. We are focusing on mainly manufacturing and enterprises, funding between 20 million to 100 million. That is our focus. And of course, we're developmental in our approach, so we encourage particular companies their ownership amount of loans of amounting to 500 million. And we have, I think, about 4 now that at the final stages of approval, worth about just over 300 million. That will create, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 700 jobs. But there's a huge pipeline that we are dealing with that, if all approved, could amount to 1 billion plus. And currently we have about 1 billion that is ready to be distributed. So given the investment opportunities that have been identified in the presentation of KZN, which are exciting opportunities, particularly fourth industrial revolution, manufacturing, and so forth, you can come to the Growth Fund. We'll happily finance your initiatives. But we exclude funding of industrial property, sorry, not industrial, but residential property. We don't fund or what is described as or classified as sin industries. So those are excluded in our funding. Otherwise, we are there for business and we are ready to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Now we're going to ask Ubabu Tabane Zulu, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. Nice to see you again, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me extend my greetings in particular to the chairperson of TIG, Mama Ina Kronye. Thanks very much for being part of this important session. My name is Tabane Zulu. I work for Richards Bay ITZ, one of the special economic zones that have been established in terms of the SEC Act, located at Richards Bay as per its name. We are proud to be part of this session, in particular from an investment strategy point of view for the work that we're doing. ITZ has established quite a number of exciting sectors that we are working on to attract investors, both domestically and globally. One of the areas that we are focusing at it's metal beneficiation. As you will know that our country has identified this sector as a very strategic sector to create jobs, but also to make sure that we focus on manufacturing in terms of skills development, but also of ensuring that the products that are produced in our country are beneficiated domestically as against the international standards that where some of these products are actually important and beneficiation is done outside our borders. That's one of the areas we're focusing at as part of the economic strategy for the country. We have also identified a very interesting sector as part of our focus at RBITZ, which is agro-processing. We are currently working very closely with the Department of Agriculture at KZN, where we're identifying strategic farming industries and farms that we can use for that to make sure that we boost the economy of our KZN province from their economic growth strategy, but also to make sure that we also develop, protect this industry as a very strategic sector in our economic mainstream. One of the sectors we've identified for all obvious reasons is the energy sector. We have identified this sector simply because we have realized that our country is faced with a number of challenges in terms of the energy strategy and also the load shedding issues that we have been dealing with. And we have realized that our location is very strategic for this particular sector. We are looking into a gas strategy, also coal-powered stations, how best we can translate them into a much more green energy from a renewable perspective point of view. We have already identified quite a number of projects that we are going to be focusing on, from gas to renewables and many other areas of energy transition issues that we are dealing with. So it's a sector that we are focusing on, and we are quite excited that quite a number of investors, both domestically and globally, have shown interest in the energy sector. We have received quite a number of applications from potential investors who would like to work with us in this sector. I can say that in the next 2-3 years, Honorable Chairperson of TIK, that KwaZulu-Natal will be leading in the energy sector as a strategic area to make sure that we meaningfully mitigate the challenges that we are faced with in the energy space. Obviously, because of our strategic location, we are also focusing on marine industrial development. It's a sector that has not been ventured into for quite some time, but we are also working very hard with very interesting partners in making sure that this particular area and from also oceans economy is being developed. We have not ventured into this particular area for quite some time, and we've identified it as a sector that we are going to be focusing on and attract interested investors and partners in this area. The last sector that we've identified, Program Director, for all obvious reasons, is technology and innovation. There is no way you can grow your business, you can grow your industries without paying specific attention to technology and innovation. The world we live in is moving very fast in the technology area. If you don't pay attention to that, you might lose the investments that are flowing into that space. But also, if within your own environment, you don't have a very effective strategy in how to attract technology and innovations into your space, you may not be able to attract the investors that can play a meaningful role to make sure that you grow your economy. So we have identified this sector, and we are moving with speed to make sure that we attract the strategic partners in that particular phase. So I'm sure later on one can also talk about value proposition that we are providing in our space to make sure that investors, they come running to KZN. That's where it matters for your investment. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Babuzulu. Babuzulu, I'm going to start with you, so don't put your mic down. Let's talk about the expansion of RBCT and what opportunities lie in that. But more specifically, how are you making sure that the small guy gets an equal and level opportunity? Because, you know, that's been the problem, is that we know that it's been very singly positioned, and it's been controlled by the same group of guys for decades. And so the expansion, in terms of what's been explained to us, is that it's going to include the small guy. But how does the small guy, how do these independent guys become part of that growth and expansion plan?
Thank you very much. That's a very important aspect of the work that we are doing. We have established strategic relationships with different stakeholders. One of them being the city of Umhlatuze, where we operate, and also Transnet, which is also in charge of the port of Richards Bay. But we have also established a similar relationship with the ZCCI, which is the Chamber of Industry for Zululand, to address that particular issue. One of the key things that we have identified as a fundamental point of our strategic departure is localization content. Our history has clearly indicated that the role of localization content has been very minimal in our industries. And yet when you do research from an R&D perspective point of view, all of us have arrived at a conclusion that if you want to grow your economy in the South African context, SMMEs have a very strategic role to play, in particular for job creation, but also for skills transfer, but most importantly, to make sure that large industries do not ignore the role of small industries. So part of our policy direction that we are taking is to make sure that in all projects that we do, we currently have operating locators, where we also have potential investors who have already shown interest. And our responsibility as the executive management is to make sure that the role of SMMEs is clearly identified in the business strategies of the investors that we work with. Without being arrogant to them, because at times they bring investment that we need, but we always try our level best to convince them to first to understand our historical context from a business perspective, but also to understand how fundamental the role of localization content in their business modeling. We have also established in that context a relationship with local forums, business development forums, labor forums, who are quite robust as well in their own right in ensuring that any form of investment that is happening within our environment, they are participating in that. To a point where we have established a framework with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, with the city of TIKZN and ourselves, of how do we make sure that all projects that we are doing on the ground, they embrace the importance of localization and how that should be done from job creation perspective, but also from business development perspective. That framework has been embraced by all stakeholders. We follow it through for every project that we do. We currently have 2 catalyst projects, which is a Velma project in Nyanza Light Metals. We engage, we've established project management teams, and the CEOs are participating of these respective institutions into those particular engagements. And part of the responsibility of that is to make sure that we anchor in those engagements the importance of making sure that localization content is taken cognizance of. We try to avoid any importation of skills outside our borders, outside our country, especially where those skills do exist within our own shores. So that's the approach that we have adopted, and that's a framework that we have created to make sure that localization content, the role of SMM is not lost in what we are doing. It doesn't go without challenges. There are challenges because some investments are 100%, which means decision-making in some instances is controlled by the major contributing shareholding arrangements. But the establishment of these structures has assisted us to make sure that we try by all means possible to infuse our own strategic thinking in accommodating the point that we have just raised.
Mr. Marquis, one thing we spoke about township and rural development. Obviously, KZN is majority in the rural areas. It's got a lot of rural area. How have you integrated the people in the rural and township areas of KZN onto a platform like this? Have you thought about how to get them? And I'm saying this not to say that we should not be here and this is not relevant. I'm saying that how do we bring those people to become participants as well on a platform like this, to hear about these wonderful opportunities and for them to also engage you and share with you their challenges in the areas in which they operate?
I will start and I'll just seek your indulgence that we request DDG Mkhize also to speak about this. The department has a mandate to champion township and rural economy. And they've set the foundation on how we as entities need to respond to the township and rural economy. So for us, from a trade and investment perspective, let's start on the trade side. Our component is to specifically work with the department on the small and emerging enterprises that are located in both economies to deal with capacity building, specifically focus on export trade. But our capacity building is more competitive enhancement to ensure that their products are acceptable to go on our value chains, on our departmental stores, etc. So that's one area that we've immediately started working on with the department. The second component deals with, of course, on the investment side, identification of areas which can be industrialized within townships. Hence, we're working closely, as CEO Dubetrade Port mentioned, on the SEZ for clothing and textiles. It's now moving it into the rural economy to ensure that we stimulate additional investments into that area, but targeting a specific sector. We've done also the same for the automotive sector, or the auto hubs, supporting the department, because the department is the lead in respect to that. And then we come in to support the department related to the township and rural economy. But DDG Mkhize is here with us. He'll be able to articulate it in a lot more detail. Or maybe he can come and join us, DDG.
You've put him on the spot there, huh? Thanks for joining us, DDG. We appreciate it. We just hijacked you.
I see I've been ambushed. No, but these are the matters that we deal with on a daily basis. Let's start by acknowledging that when we talk about township and rural economies, first and foremost, we need to understand the background that these areas were created as incubators of poverty by the apartheid government. So we are saying, to be able to turn them around, the first thing that we need to do is to do away with the regulations that inhibit the thriving of economic activities in these areas. That's the first key issue, because to set up a business in those areas, there are a lot of regulations that are inhibiting for that to happen. Secondly, what we are saying is most important to support this is to make sure that the money circulates within these areas. Because currently what is happening is that any funds or the money that flows to these areas, it quickly moves out of these areas and leave them in poverty situations. So how do we do that? We do that by supporting the existing businesses that are already there in the townships. We support them through training, through making sure that there is access to finance, access to market, and supporting them with the necessary infrastructure that is required. One of the key strategic focus of us is to make sure that the shared infrastructure development in those areas is provided. IDFC is quite key with the centers that they have in these areas to make sure that they accommodate these entrepreneurs in those areas, and the funding from the IDFC and other institutions. And also making sure that the infrastructure is up to the standard to support these, the rollout of broadband that Dr. Ellison spoke about, creating of innovation centers so that they'll be able to connect and be able to access those various areas. And then also support them throughout the whole value chain and make sure that they link with big businesses and be able to service those industries that are in that area. I think in the nutshell, let me end the program direct.
Thank you very much, Mkhize. Let's talk about the two cities, the tale of two cities, Cape Town, Durban. The reason why somebody would want to do business in KZN, and I think maybe you could help us, Mr. Erskine. What would inspire somebody from Cape Town, a manufacturer from Cape Town, to want to maybe not say relocate, but to expand to the Dubai trade port? What would be the key elements that you think the Dubai trade port provides for somebody to want to do that type of expansion? Should be. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Thanks, Clive. Well, I suppose I have to go back to the motive of business. And the motive of business is to make profit, is it not? And you make profit by having, usually you know your market well, you know your product well, you know where you want to serve it, and you try and create efficiencies, and you look to create deep, lasting, sustainable efficiencies in your production and your supply chain at a cost level and an operational level. And I think this is where KZN has always been able to give value, particularly in the manufacturing sector. But because of our apartheid past, where we tended to have an inward-looking economy with very much an import substitution type model, a lot of our manufacturing ended up in Joburg, and to a secondary degree in KZN. And the last 30 years has been a lot about that shift and about exploring that shift. And why would you explore that shift? And if you look at global best practice, and and I suppose I should have started off by saying is that from our view in KZN, we look at South Africa as a whole first. It's very important to do that. And not only just look at South Africa as a whole first, look at South Africa's placement within the SADC region and then the sub-Saharan African region. If you take it too far to the north to sort of Morocco and Egypt, you're over nuancing certain things because of their integration into the European Union and what they do up there. But if you look at it as a sub-Saharan African project and vision, you then start to look at what are the fundamentals that make that work. And that's where the argument for the strengths of each region to play to each other becomes important. So I don't believe that regions should necessarily be competing with each other primarily. We should be finding ways of complementing each other. And I think how we complement, well, increasingly my view of how KZN, and its fact-based approach, is going to complement and add value to the economy is what a lot of the speakers have touched on today. If you come to KZN right now, you will see nearly 17 billion rands worth of infrastructure going into the N3 with Sunrail. It's not planned to go into the N3, it's going into the N3. We know this because we have to, it takes us an extra 20 minutes to get to Maritzburg. It's very big money with very large impacts. We touched on the 100 billion upgrade of I think the MEC spoke about it, the 100 billion upgrade of the ports of Richards Bay and Durban, the East Coast Ports Master Plan. Plan I'm starting to get quite familiar with, and all of its backward linkages, its rail and road linkages. Those are not there to serve Durban. Those are not there to serve KZN. Those are there to serve South Africa and the SADC region, and to take the pressure out and put the efficiency back. And that's what we've sort of lost. Let's be honest, we've lost that. And so if you take a view to say, even if you miss those targets by half and it takes you twice as long to do it, you're still on a trajectory that is about growing and becoming more efficient with better infrastructure, more competitive, and you're bringing the whole country and the whole region with you. And fortunately for us in KZN, a lot of this investment is happening in KZN. And when you add in, I think the MEC again mentioned Investix, 6 billion investment in the brickworks plant. We're quite familiar with that. Private investors that are now coming in our Aerotropolis area, opening up new industrial parks that are able to take new investment that we can't accommodate at Dubai. The spaces we're bringing on board, the spaces that Tabani is bringing on board in Richards Bay, the spaces that Itala has in Ezakeni, Esekebe, And if we can really bring those together, we have a very, very strong argument for a manufacturing revival and renewal in South Africa on very firm foundations. But for that, you need vision, you need faith, and you need to get away from a negative cycle of thinking. And I think that's really my point.
To manufacturing just slightly, the increments of importing goods as opposed to manufacturing locally, that has obviously impacted our economy, but now there's also very anti-competitive behavior that happens in that space as well. Those challenges are hitting hard at our local economy, domestic economy. And you would have seen, even when it comes to pricing, for example, I'm happy to hear about the textile expansion, the investment that's going to be going in there. I'm hearing about these shoes. But the bigger picture here is, how do we compete in pricing? You talk about just small companies that are doing electrical components. The Chinese market is flooded in South Africa, and so local businesses are struggling to manufacture at the same price. They can't meet it, they can't match it. So I want to ask the panel, maybe any of you can tackle this one. But how do we compete when you have such an influx of foreign products that are in our market, and our manufacturers can't compete, and so often they have to shut? And I mean, I think the pandemic has just exacerbated the situation. How can one then, as a manufacturer, trust in institutions like yourselves to say they'll be protected even when the markets are there? Markets change. I mean, markets go up and down all the time, so they fluctuate. But how do you guys then protect the interests of our manufacturers on the domestic front?
To start on a response, a couple of things I'll touch on and let my colleagues add as well, because I've thought about this one quite a bit. Tabani spent a lot of time taking us through localization. It's a big strategy of ours as well. And that's quite simple. When you bring in a big investor, that investor, ultimately, their interest is to localize over time. They want their suppliers closer to them. It's a natural thing. And it's for us to step in. And, we actually had a discussion on it in Exco. Kaya actually is with Dubai Tradeport. He's temporarily with Growth Fund at the moment. But we had a discussion in Exco yesterday about how we're going to put our organizational design to respond to that. So you want to make sure that you're bringing the smaller players in by localizing the supply chain, and you link it to that manufacturing investment. And I don't think that has any particular anti-competitiveness. It's a good, solid plan. I think what I've seen is the ideological debate between free trade approach and protectionist approach. And I think what we've got to do is just call time on that debate a little bit and say, okay, let's get some practical steps going. Now, the debate's going to rage forever, but if we allow it to hold us up, we're going to be in trouble. I think what I've seen successfully in other countries, and we have the ability to do it in South Africa, I think we need to be far more serious about using our local procurement power as government to ensure that we purchase far more in a far more purposeful way from local producers. And I think they will eventually meet the price point. At the moment, it's working the other way. The price point is determining it. So that importer, as you say, from a country that has this mass scale, that was probably subsidized by their own government, quite frankly, over many, many years, now is able to outcompete a local company by a marginal price difference. And we're not prepared to absorb that price difference and instead are prepared to forfeit local manufacture. I think it's a very serious topic that needs to be engaged on. Yeah.
To add, Marquis.
Thank you.
It's coming.
Is it audible? Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, let me add to what the CEO of Dubai Tradeport has raised. I think the other key interventions that, because the issue of the imports, it's not only the legal imports, but it's also illegal imports and, the illicit goods that comes here. When it comes to legal imports, some of the interventions that we have done using the current legal instrument is the issue of looking at the tariffs and motivating, supporting industries to increase the tariffs in order to deal with the import, especially of the finished goods, that then makes it difficult for our local manufacturers to compete at that level. So we've been successful in most areas. We've assisted companies such as Hulamin, where there was a flood of imports of finished goods affecting their products in the aluminium industry. The other issue is looking, especially when it comes to illegal import, we've got business regulation enforcement, where we work with various regulators to do business inspections. We even go to the port to check in terms of the illegal imports that comes here, so that we are able to deal with those issues in particular. The also other third issue is the issue of local procurement, where as government now, we've identified goods and products where we are saying we need to procure locally in terms of those. So that's another intervention that we are using to deal with that. The support instruments that we have talking about, the industrial support measures provided by these entities, it's one of those. And then looking at the issues of the input costs for businesses, looking at businesses that will play at that space to make sure that we don't import most of those and deal with them and produce them locally. Thank you.
At one more point, in our efforts to also deal with underpricing, it's a matter that we've taken up with the DTIC and ITED, in that a shirt, for example, will land at the Port of Durban at 89 cents. And we know that you can't manufacture a shirt, even in the best of all conditions, coming mostly from the Far East.
Yeah.
So those are issues that we have taken quite taken the DTI on, so that we can deal with those issues when those types of underpricing that we've seen arriving at the Port of Durban.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Babu Ngaka. Yeah, Ngaka. Cool. The growth fund. Your mandate is very strategic. It's predominantly Black-owned companies, small, medium enterprises. The recent budget speech, I'm sure you were happy. There's better allocation for FDIs, but also the challenge is the debt that comes with those kind of businesses, because they are very high risk businesses that you take on. How do you manage your investment portfolio? How do you make sure that the ROI on that capital that you spend, that you provide and assist and fund with, is actually realized over whether it's a medium to long term? And how do you strengthen the entrepreneur's ability to be able to do that? And the reason I say that is because, as you know, in the country, a lot of SMEs die out after 3 years because of complications. Could be challenges in financing, could be challenges with the market, not prepared properly, not ready to actually commercialize. How do you manage that in your investment portfolio?
Yeah, thank you very much. That is a very good question, and of course, not a very easy question to deal with, particularly if you look at the global context, that in recent years, you found that the insolvency rate, particularly for companies, whether it's large, medium, or small companies, it has grown. The trend is showing is upward. And so the figures are showing that even in South Africa, it has been the case. based on global economic conditions that we've been exposed to. So obviously, as licensed financial service providers, one has to come up with creative ways of dealing with that, because growth fund, just like other FDIs in the country, is not immune to that exposure, to that risk of, should I say, failures in terms of the that risk of loan defaults. So we've come up with various strategies in terms of mitigating that risk. One of them is that you strengthening, that is, in other words, minimizing the risk of exposure by making sure that you strengthen the ongoing post-investment monitoring, whereby you sort of, I'm sure TIKZN can explain to you better in terms of aftercare that you provide to an investor. Most of the investors that we deal with would be your medium kind of investment, because the SMMEs exactly are dealt with by our sister company Itala. But of course, there's some level of SMMEs that we deal with, those that will be looking at upper 20 million plus investments. So you find that strengthening of post-investment monitoring, that is accompanied by pre-investment, what to call tightening in terms of identifying potential areas or gaps in that particular investment, and the kinds of ongoing support that you need to provide to that investment to make sure that the investor stands a good chance of succeeding. I'll make an example. You'll find that some investments would fail not because they are not capable, but you find that there are some gaps in terms of their managerial capabilities that you could have identified and help them to strengthen those strategic areas in terms of their management. And some you find that their business model needs to be strengthened a little bit in terms of identifying how one would improve in terms of both the top line and the bottom line in terms of their businesses on a day-to-day running of the business. So those are kinds of measures that we've come up with in terms of that, and also to sort of strengthen the capacity of our team in terms of looking at those in another way, coming up with a more proactive approach to minimize those failures. But to say you can have a foolproof system whereby there'll be no failures, it would be a very good intention, but I'm not sure if it would be really achievable. But that is the approach that we've adopted going forward. And maybe, if I may, coming back to the question of imports, flooding of imports versus our manufacturing enterprises. I think our fellow panelists are spot on in terms of what they have identified and the issues that they have raised. And I would think it's also important, just to add on that, the continuous improvement in terms of our competitiveness of our manufacturing enterprises. When I say competitiveness, that actually is subject to a number of factors. You talk about, for instance, continuous improvement on efficiencies. I think Mr. Mkhize has as mentioned, input costs, and you find that, for instance, logistics, transportation costs is one of the main inputs that can determine that kind of what you call in, and some other input. You talk about energy costs. You talk about a combination of factors that if the government is doing a lot in terms of coming up with support measures. But if we continue with those continuous improvements, that will actually improve efficiencies and lower the input costs. I think in a way that when you look at that curve of what call input costs, if it continues to go down, then you are able to catch up in terms of the selling price to the economy and also to the world. And in fact, I think also a continuous improvement in terms of tightening up the screws, in terms of closing the gaps on import, particularly of fake goods that are actually finding a way of penetrating into our economy. So I think those are kinds of things. We know, for instance, the customs, SARS are doing a lot of work in terms of continuous improvement in that regard, which is quite commendable with all other agencies in the country. So that's what I wanted to mention, just in addition to what the colleagues have already indicated. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'm going to give an opportunity to the audience. I'm going to open questions to our panelists, to the audience. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask for a round of questions, and then I'm going to take them down and then we'll give them the opportunity to respond to them. And once they're done, then we'll come back if there's still time to come back to the second round of questioning. So I just want to see by hands. I know we've got, what, 28 people on online as well. So if there are any questions there as well, we will take them. So I'm going to start with the gentleman at the back, sir, 1. And then we've got you, sir, 2. Do I have any more hands on the floor? Do I have anyone online who wants to ask a question? They've posted them. Okay, so are we going to have access to those questions? So we're going to start with the floor first, and then we'll go online. So I'm going to ask if we can the mics. I'm going to ask somebody to please help us with the mics. Yes, no problem, sir. Can we not do it? Can we not have someone do the marks? Please. Sir, please introduction, your name, your company you represent, and the question.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Pondaba from a small town in the northern Drakensberg of KZN, Bergville, under the municipality or Kahlamba municipality. We took initiative that I attend this after seeing the poster, and we engaged with the municipality that it's very important for us to attend. Because why? My question or maybe a comment will come from a part of local communities. We work very closely with local communities as we are from rural areas. Bergville is totally rural. We decided to be proactive, to work as communities and business people with the municipalities, because we found that government is doing a lot of interventions, but politics and mafia style business people who are operating, who are only interested in self-enrichment. They are there in locals, at least at provincial levels, you can deny or whatever. So you find that local officials, they end up being scared of these mafia style business people, and all the intervention that come from government at provincial level, they end up channeling it to these people because they stay with them in the local communities. And then you find that the community is always subjected to poverty, and real SMMEs are always subjected to not getting the right support. So the president spoke about the cannabis. Our area is very rich in cannabis in Zang. We call it Amangwane because I come from Amangwane traditional authority. We have a deep history of cannabis. During the apartheid time in 1956, we have our people, more than 20 people were hanged by apartheid government in Pretoria, who were trying to fight the apartheid police on this cannabis. They used to come and torture people in the rural areas. One thing that sparked the violence is when these police were abusing a woman who was planting this cannabis to feed the families, because our fathers were like in the hostels, working in the mines, ending up retrenched. So these police were like saying this woman must take all these things on her head, and they were like driving behind her, walking long distance. And then the people around said, no, we can't take this. And then the violence took over. About 5 policemen were killed, but there are many people, local people who died because of that violence, but 20 were arrested and they got hanged. So there is that history that we're still trying to work so that those people who were hanged come back and repair it properly in our area. But now we have a factory in Bergville that was, I think it was funded by DTI, which has got world-class equipment to process cannabis products. It's local there, in between Winterton and Bergville. But we, as local people, we find it very hard to access participation in the economic participation of cannabis. I will tell you what. During the 2020, when the pandemic started, the factory was handed over to a BRP. And then the BRP decided to auction it online so that we don't participate. And when it was auctioned online, the investor was given like a company as local people coming from another town of Escort, not from Bergville. And you see, we are not violent. Like when the unrest was happening in last year, we protected the farmers. We protected our town because we are living under deep poverty. We do understand all this looting, how it affects people. So now the problem is that we try so hard. When we saw this, we saw the minister, the MSC will be here. I'm happy the chairperson is here. I'm happy the CEOs and the DDG is here. DDG knows we've been knocking as well. He's been trying to assist us, but maybe now we will, in this platform, we have CEOs here. They can tell us, how can we participate in this cannabis economy? Because now we were told that we must find our own investors. We've been running in and out trying to get investors, but when we went back, we found that no, somebody else bought it. So you are out of it. So now the problem is that local people are deliberately taken out of participating in the economy. It might be, we don't know, maybe it's the elephant in the room within the departments or officials or whoever. But the reason I came here is because that economic activity that is there, even the president said it will create job opportunities. We don't want it to lend to these mafia business people who are only interested in creating wealth for them and don't care about local communities. So please, if you can assist us on that one. Thank you.
In Xhosa land now, Neville, we speak Xhosa here. And the Kulumi up. Okay. So Mkalel. My name is Gino Delfava. I'm born in Durban. I'm raised in Umtata on a farm. I schooled here 40 years ago and I'm back for the past 5 months in the Western Cape. My activity for the past 45 years as the first Black-owned customs clearing and forwarding agent. If you can remember, Hamish, you remember me from the Thule ICC? We had the discussion with Sishle Zigalala, your premier. And so Durban is the biggest or the busiest port on the continent of Africa. And so as a maritime logistics activist, we're promoting Neville the transformation of the port ecosystem. And so we see Transnet in problems, Sishle. They don't have funds. And the cranes, those red cranes in Durban Harbour, Maiden Wharf, are crumbling. And so now Transnet with Portia Derby there needs to look at how do we refurbish those Chinese Hong Kong cranes that's costing us money and delays for traders, importers and exporters, even here in Cape Town, when our beautiful apples and pears cannot leave the port because of Transnet inefficiencies. There's no money to come from my friend Ino Godongwana's purse. And so, as an activist in the maritime space, and we've heard, and I've told the president several times, how important the ocean's economy is. And I will tell Mama Skosazana Zuma later this afternoon, remind her again when she said, Papa Gino, come and transform Port St. John's, because the rural Pondoland people where my father comes from, Lusigi, I have a passion to develop those young people. And so I want to say thank you, distinguished CEOs. I'm all on the panel here this morning. I went to Umlazi, to Itala, to ask them that I need property on the Durban Harbour as a Black entrepreneur. Dominated when I looked at that warehouse, ma'am, CEO of Itala, and they have leases, you have properties. Itala has properties on the Maiden Quay Wharf, where white companies like Bidvest and Imperial dominate the market. And I've been preaching it for 40 years, Neville, with no assistance from our beloved ANC leadership and politicians, Hamish. So what I want to conclude, before I conclude, I've signed an NDA and an MOU with Toyota, with none of your assistants, beautiful, distinguished CEOs with all your UKZN degrees, not to discredit you. And you know what I'm going to do? I said to them, September, I said to Andrew Kirby, game over, sir. We Black people drive Quantums. If it's MTN in Center Johannesburg or Baragwanath. I said, it's game over, Neville. We blacks want to manufacture components for the quantum. I asked him 2 questions. Question 1 was, Hamish, how many exports have you done out of Durban into the continent of Africa? Can anyone take a guess? Dr. Tandeka Ellison, can you take you're smart lady, can you take a guess? You know what he told me? Him and Nigel Ward, 166,000 between COVID-20, Mr. Zulu. In COVID 2021 year, last year, 160. My second question was, Ms. Sigalala, how do you have any black entrepreneurs, engineers, tier 1 suppliers?
Brother Gino, can you just ask your question, please, brother? I'm running out of time. All right.
With these distinguished people and the audience. All right. Yeah. So black people, do you have a black manufacturer tier 1? They said no. They have a tier 3 supplier and a tier 2. So I said to him, sir, we're going to be the first black tier 1 supplier. So the opportunities are getting there, Hamish. Nigel Ward that you people talk to once a month and the Premier talks to, I speak to them once in 3-4 years at the last transport in Daba at Letuli ICC. So I'm saying, who do I speak to out of these distinguished? Cechle from the provincial department, Mr. Richards Bay. I had us with Moshe, you know Moshe?
Sir, please, I'm asking nicely.
All right, you are round of. We had an with Dennis regarding the transformation. Anglo-American has the monopoly with the Richards Bay coal terminal. Yeah. Enoch asked me 10 years ago to assist him. So we're now going to get small black people, coal miners to export. They're not the dominance of Anglo-American. So transformation, thanks due to COVID, that our public representatives are now eager to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gino. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Please. We've got somebody here in the front.
Hi guys, thank you for your time today. I'm Jesse. I run a small SME ICT business in Gauteng. Touching on the gentleman's point, but that the 2 biggest trade ports in Africa is obviously in Western Cape and KZN. One of the issues that we're experiencing is you guys are talking a lot about localization and how digital infrastructure will change the game, and Technology Innovation Agency is playing a big role in that, but we definitely know that South Africa is nowhere near what we need to be in terms of technology and having a reliable local supply. So I'll touch on one of our big brands is Huawei. A lot of importing is done with them, but by the time it gets to the end user, the cost has already tripled. So what do you guys have in plan for that to reduce cost and centralize it in KZN or Western Cape, because how the economy is growing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have anyone online? Right. Can we have that open then? I think we can. Can you click on the messaging, please? Right. So I think we've got 3 questions. So before we go ask those questions, please, my lady and gents, can we try and answer the 3 questions that we've already had?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think for Ukahlamba, would be very interested to have a discussion with you. But Dr. Tandeka is here as well, whom I had mentioned earlier, who has done a lot in terms of cannabis and the research, etc. So I think we can have a side discussion regarding Nzango or in Bergville and the possibilities. I think MKI was quite involved in some of the research that had gone into that area, but I won't answer for her. I think she can cover that. There are other projects that we're looking at in that area. all the way up to the Berg, the issue of the cable car. We are resuscitating that project. Tuli is here from executive responsible for strategy and operations. So she's championing that project in terms of resuscitating that opportunity. So we're happy to discuss that with you, and then let's see how we can partner. We didn't see you because in December we were in that area. We met with the municipality. We had a long discussion with them regarding a number of projects. But I'll be happy to also speak to you about other opportunities that are in that area, because we wanted to stimulate not only tourism, but also a sector that will support tourism, including infrastructure development within that area. Gino, it's always good to hear your insight in terms of the inefficiencies that are there at the Port of Durban. But Transnet, I know that, and you would have seen with the new energy that has come in with the new leadership at Transnet, that they're really trying to do a lot in terms of rebuilding the name of Transnet, because a lot of promises, as you know, had previously been made previously. And even for all of us in KwaZulu-Natal, we've always been quite frustrated that there's been a lot of plans, but you had never seen movement in terms of those plans. And as MEC indicated this morning, we now are seeing traction, but traction will not happen overnight. It takes a while, but at least there's traction now. So I think that's something quite positive. Your engagements with Toyota, I know the department has done a lot of work with Toyota, and I'm sure it's a discussion we can take offline. DDG Mkhize is here, and you're quite correct. Some of us are alumni of UKZN and very proud of having studied at UKZN. And I think we need to continue supporting our academic institutions because they assist us to enhance our skills as well. Sir, ICT, I think Dr. Tandeka is here also. I think she'll be able to respond to that. I just wanted to touch on those. I don't know if there's anything else from colleagues.
On the IT, there was two quick responses, if I could maybe just add, and I don't delay. I think on the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 discussion, certainly that's what the ASP is all about, the Automotive Supplier Park and the DTRC program and MRDP. We are very familiar, and that's kind of in support of that. So I just wanted Gino to know that that is something we're working on at pace at the moment. On the ICT, I wanted to understand, one of the key things to achieve in any economy, if you can bring the manufacture of the product into the country, you can often then get that price point where you need it, and you can get that supply chain behind it in a more efficient manner. And that is where we've battled. There's some products like televisions, monitors, we've been able to do it quite recently, only in the last 5 years. If we could get that movement towards that technology that you're talking about, that would be a big step forward for South Africa. At the moment, almost everything you're talking about is imported. And when you compare pricing across the world, it sort of tends to be the same on a dollar-rated system. Yeah.
And if I can just add on to that, there is another discussion that we've had with the DTIC regarding some manufacturers who are strangled by the fact that for them to import parts, they accrue duties, but a fully assembled product comes in duty-free. So those are some of the other discussions that we are having with the DTIC to balance that. We can't encourage manufacturing and we slap duties on parts that actually go into the assembled product, and then the whole fully assembled product comes in duty-free. Thanks.
Yeah. Anyone else? That's good. I'm going to go on the online questions quickly. Try and read them. First one, the cost of investments in zone infrastructure and maintenance in many cases outweigh the incentivized benefits. How are SEZ corporations lobbying with government from a far reduction perspective to gain a deeper, more, I can't see that, tax reduction investment attraction for FDIs? That's the first one. Second one is what mitigation strategies are being implemented within the SEZ space by SEZ operators or corporations to hedge against FDIs that would potentially use the shelter of an SEZ to avoid the illicit capital flight through discretionary or discretionary allowances. And then the last one is what mitigation strategies are being implemented within SEZ space by SEZ. Oh, it's the same question. Okay, cool. It's come twice.
Okay, I'll start, but I'm very quickly. This is a baton race. I'm sending it down the end to Kaya and Tabani as well. Yeah, we're very familiar with this. Maybe the top one. In fact, I'm writing a letter on that I'm circulating at the moment to Tabani, Kaya, myself for the HOD, where we're writing to the Minister of Trade and Industry on that very topic. We've seen a massive dilution of incentives for SEZs. So at the moment, we're just down to the bare minimum. It's not attractive. So I think if I read that one correctly, it's probably not an incorrect statement that, yeah, there's not a lot of inherent value in the current incentive regime, especially as 12 hours on hold and the 12 hours on sunset. So it really is problematic, and we need DTRC to be very clear with us about how they're going to take it forward. Maybe I'll then do the baton. Kaya, this is your area of expertise, and Tabani. So, oh, you've got one. Oh, okay. Second one.
Yes. Okay. The one in terms of preventing the illicit capital flight, I think that is the one that you are referring to me. Yeah. That one is quite a complex one, because those who do it are so sophisticated, and I mean, you talk about well-established companies that usually do those, and it's widespread across the globe, especially they target special economic zones. So I think there are measures in place where globally the customs officials, your SARS, would take some measures to prevent that. And I think for Dube, and I would imagine even for Richards Bay, we have, particularly for exporters, there's a benefit called customs controlled area, which is a customs relief, where if you manufacture for export, you are granted a VAT. It's a VAT zero rated VAT. In other words, it's suspended whilst you are exporting, but if you import in line with the WTO provisions, then it attracts VAT. So that one, and also not paying duties for import or raw materials that will be used for production for that particular product. So that one, ranging from the equipment itself that you import, everything is actually audited by SARS, and also what goes out through the bonded warehouse, that facility that is utilized for registered entities. So those are kinds of measures we put in place in terms of tightening the screws, whereby you find that whatever flows out of the countries actually goes through the customs. And of course, there are other measures that one takes in terms of, and now I think we are going to look at, because we've seen other zones doing it, in terms of making it a mandatory requirement that investors in the zone should also provide with audited financial statements annually, in terms of looking at them as whether they are still a going concern, and also other things that you would like to safeguard the interests of the zone. So it's a progressive area whereby, as I say, these syndicates are sophisticated. They always want to make sure that they are ahead of you by coming up with creative ways of bypassing the system. So you must always continue to improve annually. So we always look at those kinds of things. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. I apologize for running out of time. I think we started a bit later than we anticipated. So for now, I'm just going to ask 1 minute from each panelist, please, in closing what we've discussed, what your thoughts are, and maybe a last bit effort to say, please, business, partner with us in KZN, and what else can we do working together going forward? I'll start with you, Mkhize.
No, thank you, Program Director. Let's really appreciate this platform and this opportunity to engage with stakeholders here. I think in closing, really, as you will see here with all these institutions that are in front of us, we are saying as KZN, we've tried to create institutional mechanisms to support the investors and the businesses that wants to come and do business in KZN. And also we are unapologetic about us transforming our economies to support the rural communities and the township economies to make sure that they also participate in the mainstream economy. I wanted to respond briefly to the issue of Mr. Ndaba linked to that point that he was raising, and I don't think we adequately responded to it, where he was raising the issue of the business disruptions and also now that it's affecting communities. In the province, we've taken a very clear stance in terms of saying those that are embarking in illegal activities, we don't negotiate with them. The law enforcement will need to deal with that because they are criminals and they need to be dealt with accordingly. But those that are raising the legitimate demands when it comes to economic exclusion of people, that's where the economic transformation agenda that we've articulated, it comes into play. We work with them, we make sure that people benefit throughout the whole value chain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Clive. I think just briefly from my side, I think I've spoken a lot today, but briefly from my side is assurance to the business people that KZN is open for business. There is proven government support. You would have also heard quite a lot in the MEC speech in terms of the different sectors that have been articulated as part of our economic recovery plan. And our request always is we need to be partners in realizing economic development. I think the message from our guest speaker this morning was you can have your villa in Stellenbosch and still do business in KZN because we are one country at the end of the day. The benefit to KZN is a benefit to the Western Cape. We're not encouraging people to relocate, but we're simply saying, please understand, KZN is not a no-go area for business. You can come and do business in KZN. We're open for business. The jitters that are there, that is why we're here, to come and explain to you what is happening. Thank you.
No, thanks. I think Neville's pretty much said it. I mean, let's take inspiration from Nick from Veldsken this morning. That resilience has a lot of value to it. And it's quite difficult and tiring at times, you know whether you're on the up or on the down, but it's quite a reliable thing and quite a positive thing about being in this country. And so I think very much what Neville has said, you've got to see it in context. And if you come to KZN, what you will see is a province at work.
Thank you. Just to also share the same sentiments that we are open for business. We do have big industrial parks, especially for manufacturing. We know that we have a big Mauritian company coming, but would like South African companies as well to come for clothing and textile, because it looks like we are going to lead in clothing and textile as KZN. And for any other business, if we have no other spaces, we do have vacant land where we can actually build whatever factory you want to your model that you want, because we know things are changing. So we are prepared then to change with you people and make a good partnership with everyone that is here. Thank you.
What I want to say is that, as my colleagues have alluded to, KZN is ready to warmly receive you in our warm province that has two seasons, which is summer and summer. And you can spend your time there, do business and play as well. But on top of that, as a growth fund, we are happy to offer you competitive rates in terms of funding. So you can see, as we are seated here, we are like a one-stop shop. You enter one door, you get everything, including competitive rates in terms of funding, so that you package your investment and you have peace of mind and watch it growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive, for the opportunity that you have given us today to reflect on what we do at KZN. I'm not naturally a regionalist, but if you analyze the country, you will definitely come into one conclusion, that the best destination for investment is KZN, for one reason and other, that it has all different multifaceted economic opportunities that any industry can enjoy. It has the ocean, it has the inland, it has capacities from different capabilities, academic institutions, and so on. So if you want to make sure that your investment is secured, is protected by the Special Economic Zone Act, the best place, not only in the country, in the world, to invest in is KZN. We are now working on a security strategy to make sure that what happened in July unrest cannot happen again, to ensure that all investments that are located within our borders of KZN are also protected. As RBITZ, we have made that a prime strategic responsibility. And during the unrest, we made it a point that no investment is affected by that, and it did not happen, but we are further doing that. No investment happens in an area where there is no security strategy in place to protect the property and investments. So if you want to invest, the best place in the world is KZN. Try us, you will see it.
Okay.
Ask them, when are you going to start wearing velskoens?
Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, thank you very much for your time. Please take a seat. Thank you. So if you haven't learned anything about KZN today, then there's nothing else that I can actually teach you. It's evident that everybody that was here in the interest to make sure that they express both their sector and the companies that they represent in a very thorough way. I'm going to ask now, please, I don't know if he is available, Mr. Kanyisa Shandu, Trade Investment KZN board member, to come and give us his closing remarks.
Thank you, Program Director. To Chairperson of the Board, Mr. Inakronye, all the CEOs of entities, Jim Kiz, and everyone that has participated in today's program. Mine is really easy. I think a lot have been said. If I add anything more than what have been said here, I'll really be Program Director spoiling a very good program that we've had. We've had a good interaction, and we hope that picking up from what the CEOs of entities have said, we're able to convince some of you, at least, to come and invest your money in KZN, giving you assurances that despite the challenges that our economy has had in the past 2 years, we stand ready as a province. And we always say this, Chairperson, when we visit other countries and say, invest in KZN, not in Durban only, because KZN is not Durban. So feel free to go to Mbazwana, Emanguza, Richards Bay, down in the south, explore our beautiful seas, to come, as one of the CEOs said, you come, you invest, and you play. It's summer all season. So on behalf of the board, Chairperson, I wish not to stand between the delegates here and their lunch. I not be popular. So I want to thank each and every one of you on behalf of TIKZN that have attended this wonderful program here. And we really hope that when we meet again, we'll meet sharing the stories that out of this in conversation with you investors that are here, something really did take place. With those notes, Chairperson, I wish to thank you and wish you a very goodbye when you're traveling. In the travel safe near Emakaya. Thank you so much.
Business is done. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed it. And it's been lovely. Seems like people from Durban come with good weather. Have you seen the weather outside? It's brilliant. So we appreciate that. And we wish you all a safe trip home. Please note that we're going to have networking session, and with good networking comes good food, believe me. So please, thank you very much, and enjoy your afternoon.